Elvis has left the building. It's done.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
It's over. How are we, people? Hope you're all well out there. Hello, Sierra. How are you, Mary? How are you, my darling? Miss Cole said I heard TB interview with defense saying closing arguments on Wednesday. Maybe. They don't know. They said they won't take all week. It won't take all week, basically. So it's a good sign. It's a good day. It's a good time. Yeah, Lulu's mom, hello to you. Right, Sean is coming. Don't worry, Sean. He will be here. So don't worry. He's coming. It's just he couldn't be here at the start, but he'll be here before 9. So before anyone starts, he is coming. People, don't worry. It's all good. It's all gravy, baby. So yeah, give him another half hour. He'll be around. Eldon, how are you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Amy, hello to you. Hope you're well. Cousin Jill, how are we doing, Cousin Jill? We love Cousin Jill in this part. Hello, my darling. How are you? Christine, I'm not sure if you missed me or Sean. You don't miss me. You probably miss Sean. I'm not sure if Sean's listening right now, but he will probably see this when he comes in now. So, Julie Grant has said what a great job the prosecution has done. Julie Grant's a fucking bitch. Christine, Julie Grant's a fucking bitch. So don't listen to her. Sorry about my language first thing, but she is a piece of shit. She is a fucking mofo. She's a mofo, people. Her and Coffin Duffer, mofos, both of them. Morning, Dillian Shaw. Morning to you, Laurie, my darling. Hello to you, Mark, as well. Jody, how we doing? Keep it moving. How we doing, Jody? Good morning, Dylan Sean. Good morning to you. Fuck, I nearly lost my voice there. Good morning to you, Jody. And shout out to Phil as well. I saw the pictures as well. Love the pictures. Champions Pub over there in Peabody. I can't wait to visit. The food looks fantastic as well. I must say that food looks fantastic there. Okay, hello to you. You have to play It's Over with Sean on last day. We will. Good morning to you, Baxi Jura. Hello to you, my darling. Sarah, how are you? It's over. It's over. Eldon, how are you? Hope you're well. Life in Law, hello to you, my darling. Sandra, hello to you. Our days here. So defense are, unless Lally drags it out, the defense is starting today. Let's frigging go. Thank you, Boo Boo. Loves it. If you can see it. El Jefe, El Chappy, free Karen Reid, and Karen sign also Karen's colour. So we're repping. We are repping. We are sailing. There we go. Jodie Lee, hello to you, darling. I did see your email. I'm not ready yet. Sorry, I've been so busy, people. I have seen it though. I will read it. I promise you. Oh, from Berlin. Hello, Daniela. From Berlin. That's not German. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Oh, Auntie. Auntie Zazaza. Auntie Zazaza. Good morning to you, my darling. I don't know how to say that, but Zazaza. Good morning, Kiki. How are you? Darcy, my darling. How are you? See you next Tuesday or see you next Thursday, Julie Grant. I do not like that woman, what she said about Karen, what she's put Karen through as well. I do not like her. Dana's the same. Dana hates her as well. I'm in the same camp as him. Good morning, hippie chick all the way from Indiana. How are you doing? I think you're the first Indiana person in today. Baseball dad, I've not seen him yet. Ted, how are you doing? Let's go, fella. Nikki, see, life is hell. Good afternoon to you, my darling. There you go, well done. Diamond Dave, Giza. Chappie, good morning, my brother. Good morning to you as well. Just a reminder, Sean is coming in. He's coming in about probably half an hour. He said before 9, before 9. So if you see people asking where Sean is in chat, please tell them he'll be here before 9. Saves me answering. And also, I'm probably about 20 minutes behind already. So, Cousin Jill's in the house. Beautiful and appropriate. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. I hope the injection's going well. Hackster's in the crowd. Look at a big crowd at the courts on Tom's feet today. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I forgot Tom's feed. I forgot everything about Tom's feed. Didn't even think about that today. Did not even think about it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bow, 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 wow. Here we go. Let me put it like that now. Cameras are there. Nice shot, Tom. Right. Good morning to you, Janet. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Jerry, good morning to you, sir. Florida loves you. Good morning to Florida. Thank you, Jerry. We love you. Thank you so much. Hello to you, Elaine. How are we doing? Keep it moving. Sheila, you're from Gadai, mate. You're from Australia, Elaine. How are we, my darling? Jen T, good morning, everyone. Hey, Dylan. Cheese and rice. Let's go, Jen. Let's go. Cheese and rice. They won't take long, but Lali will drag out. Yeah, I know. They got the photos. So just a reminder, we got photos first thing. So beware with the photos. We're obviously going to show it if they show it. So just don't look, if you don't like that. The Hacksters in the house. I'm in Dedham now, but for work. Oof, Ted. Hope you see the crowd then. Lucy Silverado, hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Lovely to see you every day. I do appreciate it because you came over from Turtle Boy. So I love seeing you. Thank you. Christine, I feel better now. Good. She's a fucking, I won't say the C word because she's not even entitled to the C word because she's worse than that even. Lisa, good morning to you. You're so funny with Sean. I don't, Lisa. I still can't stop laughing with Sean. You kicked me off already. Sean imitated coughing that for. We'll get through this together. Right, we'll get through this together. Right, come on. Don't. Right. I tried to clip it, Lisa. I just couldn't because I was laughing so much. I will clip it one day. I just couldn't. Woo! Shari, hello to you from Raleigh, North Carolina. Hello, my darling. How are you? June, hello to you. Jodie's in the house. There we go. I love you, Jodie. Julie, morning to you. Good afternoon. And Jodie, honestly, I did look at the pictures. The food is gorgeous. It's worth a trip just to come over to Champions Pub. Gorgeous. Morning to you, Julie. Good afternoon, all. Hello to you. Danielle, hello to you. And El Chatty. Thank you, El Chatty, for all you guys. You pump us up. You all pump us up. You pump us up. You gotta pump it up. You gotta. Jodie Lee. Morning, my Jodie twins. I get confused sometimes with you. If the Commonwealth strong evidence, they wouldn't have needed so many witnesses, even though most of them have helped the defense anyway. Absolutely helped them. I can't believe they're arresting because where's the evidence? There's no evidence. Albert Gamer, how you doing, fella? Anyone who says guilty after the shit show Commonwealth, there's going to be people that say guilty. People, there's always going to be people that say guilty, but they don't have. They can't think for themselves. Basically, they just want to go against the grain. So don't listen to them. Yes, can't wait, Julie. Can't wait. Good afternoon, Gary. How are you doing, fella? And hi to the chat. Hey, not just any chat. El Chatty, Gary. El Chatty. You're part of El Chatty now. Morning, Mr. O. How are you? Who's a bigger mofo, Lally or Coffee Duffer? Let's fucking go. Well, Coffee Duffer's just a stupid cow. Lally is actually corrupt in the sense of he's put this case together. So he's actually put this case together and he's happy to be corrupt. So I would say Lally. Fantastic. Loves it. Rocking that awesome shirt. Thank you, Sandra. Appreciate that. And then, I know we dropped under it, and now we're over 9K as well. We're over 9K now, people. We are over 9K. Oh, hang on. I need to put a timestamp in. Then I bollocks. I forgot. I don't even know what the timestamp was now. I'll guess. And then I'll change it later. How good was it yesterday to have Sean back, by the way? Oh, I'm so glad when he popped into the green room. Because I knew he was coming. Well, I thought he was coming. I thought it was 50-50. Oof! I am so pleased to have him back. You won't believe how much I love Sean. I have so much respect for him. I love him. Ruth, hello to you. Cumbria, Ruth Christie, hello to you. Yes, you've been here before. I'm pretty sure Cumbria, yes. I remember you. Eldon, love the show. Thank you, fella. Good morning to you, Donna, as well. Nancy Grace. Oh, yes. Think Gaber. Oh, no. Court TV is confirmation bias to yes. So many Jodies, I love it. Suzanne, hello, my darling. Amy, morning to you, my darling. Mickey Gilwin, I lost it as Sean's. Oh, and don't. I can't think about it because I will clip it, guys. I will because I have honestly. I was sweating. Through just laughing. There you go. Hello, Robin. How are you doing? Life in Lord, last bit unfiltered facts. I know. I try and do it, but it's only when people wind me up like that Grant woman or Grant himself. Right. Okay. Here we go. I think we got. Miss Cole says, Dylan, do you think Dr. Tattoo Lady made a point about leaving it to a psychic physics expert as a dig at the judge who said only doctors could testify to it? There you go. Good pickup. Some people have actually messaged me that same thing. That's a good pickup of people. I didn't pick that up at the time. I think that I don't think this woman did like the judge. I don't think any of them likes the judge. I don't think this current, what's her name, Wacky something, the proctor called her. I don't think any of these witnesses like the Commonwealth or the judge at the minute. Jean Rice, hello to you. West Roxbury, hello, my darling. How are you? Kendall, how are you from Texas? Lovely. I've seen you for a while, Kendall. Welcome back. Nice to see you, my darling. Boo boo. Crafty Cow, waiting for Tesco and messages so I can. My messages, I love it. You Scottish thing, you. I love the messages. So messages is shopping for anybody that doesn't know. So I can watch it in peace. Happy days. Good morning. I go Morrison's, by the way, not Tesco's. Good morning, Diamond Dave. Mark, see you next Tuesday. Yes, Susie gifted one alternate corner membership. Thank you very much, Susie, for your kind generosity. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you, darling. Vivian, I've seen the coffees. I will shout you out in a second now. But thank you for your kind generosity, Susie. Christine, thank you ever so not alone. No, she's a F-word. Susanna, day and night. Good morning, Dylan, everyone. Everyone make sure you're in live chat and not top chat. It makes a difference in the comments. And don't forget the thumbs up. Thank you, Susanna. Hey, Dana. I've only started watching your stream. I watched the probably first 10 minutes and you're on about Silence of the Lambs and stuff. I loved it. That's just short. Go if you don't know what I'm all laughing about, please go and watch Resistant to Silence and Karen's here. They had Minion Mike on last night. So go and support our friends Dana, Paul, and Tracy. How the hell Moot is here? Are they here? No, they're not here. Okay, I'll wait a second then. There you go. Lavina, hello to you. Afternoon, hello to you. Pronounced like Zaza Gabor, Dorchester girl here. Hello to you, group up corner. I'll be honest with you, Auntie. I'm just going to call you Auntie because I cannot even say that. I can't even say that. Auntie, welcome to you, my darling. Darcy, here we go. Kim, good morning to you, my darling. Mr. Happy Pants. Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah. Morning, sir. Morning. Wonderful. And you today? Yeah.
It's bad, Leaf, isn't it? It's bad.
You pick it up. Thank you. That's so beautiful.
Good morning.
Thank you. Morning.
Dana's on it.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, good to see you.
Morning, Fred.
Good morning, Susie. Good morning, Ruby.
My boy.
Good morning. You look so good in the color green. You look dynamite.
yes.
You look so good. I know.
Hey, Sonny.
It's everything. Right?
Yeah.
Yes. It's
Hi.
thing for prior.
Of course, no problem.
Hey, Ron.
Good morning.
Dana, I'd love to.
Go get him, guys. Good luck. Good luck. Morning. Morning.
Good luck.
Look at the crowd. Look at that.
Give me trust. Love you.
Yeah.
Guys.
The first witness.
Hey,
What's the
Chelsea.
block? That's it. Yes, I'm old when that's it.
Hey, Phil boys there. Lannon.
Good day, Karen.
Thanks, Tom.
Shout out to Lannon as well. No one in the Chelsea. Hey, Paul, how you doing, fella? Hello, watching.
Enjoy your day, guys.
Hold on. Hello, Marie. Hello, Mum. Hello, Marie. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Hope you don't like the hope you don't mind the swearing. I know you don't because you're there in Annie's Town. Look at you next to Scotstoun. Let's go. How you doing, Paul? How you doing, Marie? Lovely to see you, my darling. Hope you're well there near Glasgow there. Donna says Boston Celtics Parade of Champs. Oh, yeah, because Bedro was there today, isn't he? Bedro's there. Boo, boo, right. Karen, good morning to you. Right, I need to skip some of these now. Morning, Matthew. How we doing, fella? No, Darcy, 100%, 100%. Jesus, Tom, are you drunk or something? Right, let me just find it. I'll give me a second. I'll go and find the stream now. Good morning to you, Linda. How are we doing from Maryland? I loves it. Thank you, Christine. I'm pretty sure it's not, but we'll try our best anyway. Thank you. Jeepers creepers. Nice one, Kat. Good morning to you, Joni. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Oh, no, your t-shirt's still in the wash. Kevin, how are we doing, fella? Hope you're well as well. Yes, Matthew, we hope so. Him laughing was just as great. The pants, I don't remember. Oh, creepers. Yeah, 10K next. Let's go, people. Let's go. Kim, how we doing? Tick, tick, boom. Right, I think let's smash it. Let's smash the like button. Good morning to you, Katrina. How we doing, my darling? Heather, hello to you as well. Sassy bartender. Hope you enjoyed it yesterday. I'm not sure if he's still there today, but Sassy was there in Dedham yesterday. Hope you enjoyed, my darling. Welcome. Oh, Em is there. Em's going on Monday. Good morning to lunch chat, friends from Canton, Michigan. Let's fucking go. Em is going to be in Dedham on Monday, I believe, Monday and Tuesday. So make sure you go and give everyone some love there, Em, and give love from me to everyone you meet. I love these people. Me, Will Lassie, hello to you from Aberdeenshire. Afternoon. Got to nip out to get some shopping. Your messages. You don't say messages in Aberdeen. No worries. See you in a bit, my darling. Shari D, thank you, my darling. Yes, we named the chat El Chatty. Jeannie, hello to you. I always think Jeannie in a bottle. Is that Christiana Aguilera? Yeah, Genie in a bottle. No, that's another song, I think. Donna Delan would be able to handle that. Dana Delan would not be able to handle that. I wouldn't be able to. Sean just cracks me up. It's that. It's coughing that first stuff. Those because I'm starting out, and his popcorn story by the whole the cups flying in the air. Those are two things that get me going. Good morning to you, Paula McDermott. Top of the morning to you. Sloanshire to you, Paula. How we doing? Okay, John, how we doing, fella? Dropped to 80. Oof. Jury does hate Larry. I want you and Sean on my show so we can talk about. Yes, that's fine, Christine. You know the story. We'll come on. Sean's already said he will come on. We just need to arrange it. That's all. Chrysler, ma'am. Hello to you, my darling. Keith. How we doing, Keith? Waited 8 weeks for today. I know, for the defense. I know. But you've still got a little bit to go before the defense, people. Remember that. But let's fucking go, Keith. Let's go. Right. Please smash this. Cynthia, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. No, I've not. I'm sure. Is this deja vu? I did see it. I know. I've seen it, but I've not read it. I just haven't had the chance, Jody. I got so much emails, messages. I'm overwhelmed, if I'm being honest. But I will take a look. I promise you, Jody. I will take a look. Right. Sherry. Hey, Sherry, I missed you. Had appointments a lot this week. Good morning, darling. Good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. And welcome back. Nice to see you, Sherry. We do run. We do run. Hey, how we doing, my darling? Morning to you. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Defense time with El Chatty. You guys are amazing. They are amazing, aren't they, Miss Golden? You're a big part of that, Miss Golden. You know that. All of you guys are amazing. Good morning to you, Jenny. Good morning, mofos. Good morning to you, Eric. How we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Love you, shit, and thank you, Jeannie. It's disgusting again in Connecticut. Green Acres is a place. I don't know what the song is. I can't sing it. I need the words. Dalan, morning to you, Carly. How we doing? Minnesota, down the tubes. Go on the tubes, Erin. Get some water, Erin. Lucky coming into hot today. Apparently he's the first witness, according to Mike Jerks. Darcy, this is Fairy. Top of the morning to you, Fairy. Sloanshire Fairy, how are we? Oh, the girls are so pretty over there in Ireland. How are we, my darling? We love this family. El Chatty and a bit late to the party. Hello, Mona Lisa. How are we doing, my darling? Right. Greg, I'm not sure how to say that. Greek. hello to you. Final day of the Commonwealth. Let's fucking go, girl. Lisa. Hello, Lisa. How are you doing? Hope you're well. There's a breath of cool, fresh air in Massachusetts this morning. There you go. I can even say Massachusetts now, which I couldn't say at the start. Kara's a beautiful, classy, dignified lady. Absolutely, she is. Hey, Tony, how are you doing, fella? Miss Little looks serious. She's the one doing the cross, so she's zoned in. Let's go, Miss Little. Right. Good morning, ACD. How are we doing? Hope you're well, my friend. Kerry Washington is saying this is freaking awesome. I'll be there on Monday. Let's go, Kerry. Go enjoy yourselves. Good morning to you, Psychology of 9 as well. Melissa C, how are we doing? Hope you're well. Karen looks amazing today. She does, doesn't she? She looks amazing. Fair play to her. Margaret, almost home. Almost home, West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road. Na na na. Na na na, Sally, na na na, hope you, na na na, hope you the family doing well, my darling. Much love to you over there in Leicestershire. Lulu's mom, she's got it going on. Hello, my darling, how are you? Laura Pre, hi, Dylan on the hello chat. Hello to you, Laura, how are you doing, my darling? Good morning, viewers, how are you? Yeah, truckers in the house, by the way. Hello to you, fella. Hope you're well. Hope you're not much rest, but hey, it's a weekend. The weekend's upon us, so it's good. Morning, Mike. How you doing, fella? Hi, Dylan. Let's ask Sean if his dog is okay. Yeah, remind me, and we'll ask him. Remind me, the dog went to the vet yesterday, but he'll be here in about 10, 15 minutes, so we can ask him again. Can't wait. I know. And it's not going to take all week, so Karen could and should be exonerated by the 4th of July, hopefully. I sure will, Dylan. Can't wait to meet everyone. Happy days. Let's go, Paul. Thanks. Marie's buzzing. Let's fucking go, Marie. Hey, Mummy Marie. We love you, Mummy. Mama Marie. Hello, my darling. Amanda. Hello to you, my darling. Fife. Let's Fife. Fife, five, four, fun. Amanda, my darling, how are you? Oh, Jill's going. Cousin Jill is going to Dedham on Wednesday. I have the day off from work. Happy days, Jill. That should be the last day as well. Maybe even closing might be happening Wednesday. We say messages to you. So I lived in Ireland for 2 years. I never said messages once, but I went to Glasgow for lived there, and people calling it messages. Never heard it before. I honestly thought they'd go to the post office. I thought, why are you going to the post office? Don't they deliver to your home? Then I found out. Need a Boston Scally cap. I don't know what that is, Mr. O. What's a Boston Scally hat? Paul. Hey, Paul. Resist the silence. Again, another shout out, to Paul, Tracy, and Dana. They had me and Mike on last night again. I've only watched probably 10 minutes of it. I just haven't had time to finish it. So shout out to you. Hope everything's well with you, Paul. You need to come on some point. Tell me when you're free next, Paul. We get you on for 5-10 minutes or something. I know I'm bad at sending links. I always forget now. But if you're ever free, Paul, never be shy to give me a text. We'll get you on for 5 or whatever. So we love Paul. Obviously, you all know Paul. You all know Dana, but you all know that we love Tracy more. Just to put that out there. But how are you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Right. Closet Academic, good morning to you as well. Hello to you. Genie in the bottle. Christina Aguilera. Shop Mom's going to attend next Friday. Who thinks I should change to Thursday? Consider it might be over. It might be over. Yeah, maybe. I still think. I don't know. No comment. I don't know. Woman of Steel. Hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Happy Friday, everyone. There you go. Erin is in the house from Boston. Another Erin. I hope you don't drive the yellow bus as well. Same as the Hackster. That's an inside joke. But welcome, Erin. Nice to see you. Golden Girl, hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Right, I think I caught up here. I'm only like 5 minutes behind now. Right. So, Darcy, I'm half Irish living in England. Great to see you. There you go, Miss H. Gold. Chappie needs a secretary. I do. Hey, Disney Queen, how we doing? Shout out to Carol Draper, the Disney Queen, and shout out to Dr. Draper as well, if he's around. We love Dr. Draper here as well. Kevin, how we doing, fella? This sort of t-shirt, can't wait to wear. Oh, happy days. There you go. Thank you so much. I don't get notified if anyone buys anything, so because it's through Teespring. But if you ever bought anything, thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. So thank you, Hippie Chick, for that. All the way in Indiana as well. I'm hoping by the time my shirt comes, the one that I was wearing, the car will be free. Let's go. Again, I don't do nothing with the shirts. This one took me 5 weeks. But because you're in America, it shouldn't be that long at all. So apologies. This is why I hate having a merch store, because it's out of my control, and I'm a control freak. Right. So it's GRIC, abbreviation. GRIC. So, but if I call you GRIC. Okay, I now got you. So GRIC. So the GRIC's in the house. It's like G-Rick, G-Rick's in the house. I don't know. I'll just call you whatever. You know I'm not being rude. I hope you know I'm not being rude. But for me, you're Grick now. So that's what you'll always be known as from me. So you're special. You're special, Grick. Marilyn Monroe is in the house. No, it's Marilyn Bowen. How are you from Plymouth, Mass? How are you doing, my darling? Right. Let me just skip everything here. Fancy, how we doing? Hope you're well, my darling. Robert, how are you? Eileen, hello. Glad to see you, sure, but I know I can't wait. He's going to be here in 5-10 minutes. So I cannot wait to get him back today again. What have I done now? Yeah, he knows better. Yeah. So Erin Hatch thinks I should have a secretary. Miss Cole says, careful, you might think you're offering. I know my place, don't you worry. He knows better. I know better. Don't worry. Zach, how are you doing all the way in Essex there? How are you doing, fella? Hope you're well, my friend. Dawn, hello to you as well. R23H, hello to you from Campton. How are you doing, buddy? Hope you're well. I say, buddy, hoping you're a fella. Hoping you're a Bruce. Let's pray that this is last weekend. Karen Spencer's defender. Absolutely. Let's pray for her. Yes. Angela, hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. There you go. I think we're catching up here now. Wouldn't it be ironic? Don't you think? It would. 4th of July, American Independence Day. Ironic if she did get exonerated on that day. It'd be fantastic. Hopefully, even before that. But yeah, that would be great. Timu, Luby. How are you doing, my darling? This time next week, defense will be wrapped up on weekend party as a not guilty. Let's go. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And hey, Lou, I forgot to say, give our love to baby Archie and your lovely daughter. Hopefully, COVID has not affected her too much. Hopefully, she's on the recovery there, Lou. And yeah, we all still love baby Archie. On the way to Dedham now, Florida. Oh, happy days, Margaret. Safe journey, Margaret. Safe journey to you, my lovely. I hope you enjoy yourself. I'm well jealous. Hello, Pippi. Hello to you. Jen McCabe's Tooth. Hello to you. I'm so jealous of people out there. I love you all that's able to go out there. Jen McCabe's Tooth. Afternoon to you. Peaky Blinders cap. Okay. I got you. I got you. Right. Good morning, Spacey Stacey. Hello to you, my darling. I've always got to say it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I've always got to say it. You know we're always going to say that as well. So I love it. It's more of a dig at Dana though, Paul. So don't it's fine. Joanne says, beautiful morning here in Manchester, New Hampshire. Good morning to you. Thank you. Sean will be with us in a couple of minutes now. He will be here. So MJ, good morning. Will the Commonwealth wrap up today? Yes, the Commonwealth are done this morning. They should be done very early. I'm not sure how long Laddie's gonna drag it out, and then boom, let's get it on. After that, key supply for the secretary. Trust me. Woof. El Chatty's never disappointed. Good morning, Chrissy. Chrissy, I know you sent me a message, Chrissy. I've not read it purposefully, okay? So I know you've sent me something. Don't worry. I'm just not ready. I've just not had the time a bit, my darling. I will read it. I know it's a song, and that's why I've not opened it, because I'm like, oh, I can't Not right now, but I will open it, Chrissy. I promise you. On the weekend or something. If not today, the weekend. I got so much to do, but I will. I promise you. I'll get back to you. I'll learn the song for you. Guess who's back? Amy's back. I ran to the airport to pick up the husband. He came back from China. I've been filling him in on Can't Retrace. Well, hello, husband as well. Lovely to have you around. But Amy, that's quick. You went there and back very quickly. Good show. James Bond. Hey, Chickapee, Jennifer, how are you doing, my darling? I'm not complaining. Oh no, just say it's out of my hands. It's out of my hands. I know you're not complaining. I know. That's why I hate merch stores. That's why I hate them. It's out of my hands. That's what I meant. Not that you would never complain. You're just too nice, Carol. You would never complain about anything. They are great shirts. They are. Yeah. Aaron's got, I think, all the alternate corner ones. They're great. They are good quality. I went a size up, and I'm glad I did. It's baggy on me. I like it. If I'd have got my usual size, it would have fitted, but, I always say, go up. Grick, I'm glad you find it funny. I loves it. I'm a paralegal, be your secretary. There you go. Thank you, Life in Law. You see, there's some nice people in chat like you. Do you know what I mean? I'm good. Thank you very much, though. Kathy Leonard, curious. The El Jefe saw coughed off his tweet about the jurors. I don't know. We'll have to look at it because he's been blocked by her, so maybe not. Hey, Quizzical. Good day, mate. Good day, mate. How you doing, Quizzical girl? Good day, mate. Hope you're doing well. Eric, the hubby, had to work in EI yesterday, but he watched the ME test me when he got home. I can imagine he was a bit like, oh. So Dr. Draper. Susie, it's over, my darling. It is. Deborah Libert, good morning, handsome. Like, oh, thank you. Thank you, Deborah. You deserve a wave for that. Thank you, my darling. He was embarrassed, I think. I hate that Bev is limited to the testimony of the defense experts, but just like the way I look at it is this, right? I got so much trust in Jackson, Yannetti, and Little, and in Karen. I'm just like, do you know what? Whatever obstacles the judge puts in front of them, they will just smash through it. Because ultimately, what have the Commonwealth proven? Nothing. The defense could rest because the Commonwealth have done nothing. So they could be fine. Stacey Q, hello, my darling. How are you? Greg, hello to you. Wondering how Bev will act towards defense. She better fucking be, mind your, manners there, Bev. Janine, hello to you. Mike G, audio issues. Oh, fuck. Don't tell me that. Have I got audio issues, people? Bond. James Bond. Zuzin. Right. Hang on. Have I got audio issues, anybody? Do I sound okay? Hang on. Yeah, hang on. I tell you, right, the only way I can test this is if I just go off for a second and come back on. Hang on.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
I hope that's
better
now.
Hey, what are we doing? I didn't know you were doing this.
I didn't know you were doing it either.
Oh my God. Listen, I don't know if you can see this. This is it says, it's a spin. It says, I don't spin. What did it say? The judge won't allow me. I don't know what it says. I would love to be able to say, oh, I have a new clothing line up, but I can't. People are sending me. I can't believe you got the pink shirt on today. That's amazing. I know.
We've done it a few times.
We usually have a little conversation first, but hey, how's everyone doing?
Everyone's excited to see you. Everyone's sending you love here, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting so excited. We're going to get to the real deal.
Yeah, I get it.
I before coming on, I put out a tweet and I said, listen, all the trolls have been putting out these fake BS bombshell evidence that they allegedly had for over a year. And to now know that they really had nothing, zero, nothing. And I thought about it last night. I now realize why they were so heavy fronted, really front loaded the defense of the McAlberts, the Jens, the Collins, the Bryans, the Higginses, right?
Mm-hmm.
It makes all the sense in the world now because they don't have anything to defend their theory. It was all about them. It was all about getting them out front. So all I know is we're going to get a lesson on how evidence and facts are introduced at a trial.
Yeah.
And I just cannot wait. I cannot wait for this.
And Lucky's the first one up, apparently.
Seriously? Wow.
Well, Young Jerks announced it last night. He had heard that I was, so I'm not really sure. I'll fly through some of these, and there's been a lot of people saying hello to you as well.
Oh, hey, listen, that's great. That's great.
Everyone said hello to you all. There's a message here, not surprised. There you go. Laura says, I'm not confused with this. No messages from us measles subscribers, not with jobs, so sorry, can't be. I'm not sure what you mean, Laura. I'd be honest with you. If anyone can message me or Sean anytime you want, people.
Laura, everyone's welcome. Everyone. Yeah. Everyone's welcome.
You do not have to be a member, just message. It's fine. Oh, I think what this. So I got loads of. I said I got loads. Same as you probably. I got hundreds of messages between Messenger, Twitter, emails. I can't cope. I can't get to the ball. So I'm like, sorry, people. I will be late. I'll message everyone back. Just please be patient with me.
It's truly amazing. And I used to watch Joe Rogan a lot, right? And he said, between the trolls and his well wishers, he says, I can't get to them. I can't get to all the messages. It's one blast. I love you all. I agree with you. Even if I don't agree with you, it's a free country, but you give them as much as you can, but it's physically impossible. It is. But I do recognize and I do acknowledge everyone, is, it's amazing. It is amazing. The support.
I think Kelly Reed's here somewhere. Sorry, Kelly, I missed you. I don't know where you are, but Kelly Reed, shout out to the Reed family.
Kelly, that's great.
Sorry, my darling. Sorry if I missed anyone. Carrie, good morning to you as well. Gracie, hello to you. Thank you very much, Gracie. No worries. See you later. Mike, you scared me, Mike. You said audio or something. Sean, yourself, when someone says audio is bad, you just think instantly.
Because you wonder.
Yeah, what's going on?
You can hear yourself in the earphones. Like right now, I don't have them on, but like I'm questioning. Right? Hey, Kelly, thank you, Kelly. I'm back. But how's my sound today? We usually do like what people don't understand. We usually have 5 minutes in the green room.
Yeah.
And we talk. Hey, can you hear me? Yes. I hear you. Yes. How's the lighting? How's this? But when we do this thing off the cuff, you don't know. You
don't know.
And when I'm by myself, right? I'm like, Jesus, do I have the buttons on? I mean, what's going on? Hey, listen. I do have my phone connected. So when I do my show, I'm going to have like Michael does. Michael on the Jerks, the Young Jerks. I'm going to have a call-in session, guys. Yeah. I'm not sure when I'm going to introduce it, but I have the number. I have an old number I used to use, and I checked it out, and it's still in service. So this is great. So, we'll have call-in, like whatever. Whenever I do it, I'll announce it. Hey, we're going to have call-in Tuesday or call-in Wednesday, whatever the hell it is. So we'll see what happens.
We've got loads of hellos to you. Can't get to everybody, people, but everyone, Sean, they all say hello to you. But we've got this, right? We've got Paul, right? So Resist the Silence was...
Oh, Paul Christopher, he's great, man.
They gave you a shout-out last night.
They're great. Absolutely great.
They were talking about how he called them Silence of the Lambs.
And yesterday I said Tuesday Weld. When you hear, I'll tell you a quick story. When I was taking Spanish lessons, I had 5 years of French, 3 in high school and 2 in college. Right? I could not, bonjour. I could not keep a conversation with all those. So when I was taking Spanish lessons to go to Peru, I said, "Oh my God, I have to pass this." Right? Sure enough. Everything I was learning in Spanish was coming out in French. And it's amazing how the brain, it's truly amazing. They would say, like, okay, Sean, bandera, right? Flag. So I'm looking at the flag and I hear the teacher say bandera. I would say drapeau. I don't know where that word came from. But that's drapeau is the French for flag. And it's just amazing. But anyway, yeah. I don't even know why I said that. Oh,
no,
about
it's funny.
Silence of the Lambs, right? So you get things in your mind. You get little bits and pieces, right? But yeah, that's how it goes. The brain is a funny thing. It really is. I just found out what my wife's 3 worst words are right now, Dylan. You're going to love it.
Yeah,
because every time I have to make an announcement, I'll go like this. I'll say, Susie. She'll say, what? I'm going live.
I'm going live, yeah.
Those 3 words, I don't think she likes anymore.
I can imagine.
Oh,
I can imagine.
God.
It's hard for her, though. What people don't realize, the pressure, because she has to take up a lot. Because, you know, this is a lot that you're doing, which is great. But the people behind you, like Susie, you know, she run for her.
It's like, you know, she has unfeathered access to me. And then for however long I'm here, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have that access. Like, you know, we talk through walls sometimes, right? Yeah. We, you know, do the knocks, right? But,
yeah,
you know, it's a flowing, you know, it's a flowing conversation. Now this is interrupted, which is fine. Listen, it's all good. It's all good for the cause. But I, you know, like Kelly's in the chat. If you listen to this is what we've all waited for. You know, they're about to arrest the Commonwealth. Hey, you know what I found really strange? Very strange. And maybe they'll hit it because they still have a little bit with this ME. They never gave the amount of blood John had in his body post-mortem, which would tell us definitively, because listen, all of us have an average, right? We all carry around a certain amount of blood. If they could tell us what he had post-mortem, that would tell us how much he lost, would put this nightmare to bed, you know, to bed.
It might come out again, but I doubt it.
Hopefully.
But, Boo Boo says, how's your dog, Sean?
Hey, you know something? Thank you, Boo Boo, for saying that. Went to the vet, buddy. I'll tell you, $500 just to go in, get a blood test, say that everything's fine. But thank God, that's all I care about.
Yeah, I know you love those dogs. So thank you, Boo Boo, for the super chat. Kevin Farrer says, "Good morning, guys. Bring on Lucky." There you go, Kevin. Thank you, my friend, for that. And Michelle, thank you, everybody. Again, I've missed everybody, but hey. We got Sean back, everyone. I love it, the fact that we got Sean here. Yeah. So I'm sure you'll forgive me for missing you in chat. It's not deliberate. Yeah, so literally they're going to rest today. We're going to start. Like I was saying earlier on, Sean, the defense could, like, you know what should happen today? Lally says we rest. Yeah. Like, Yannetti should go up and goes, yeah, we rest as well. Thank you. He's not going to, but he could.
Yeah.
He could. But he's not going to.
I've got 2 comments, right?
Yeah.
Well, let me start with the first one, which should be the last one. I'm never, and you probably, because you study how trials are, right? You watch them, you get to see. Now, I've been a part of trials, right? And I know the evidence, right? But even still, and I'll defer to you. You can never trust a jury, right? No, now listen. Never. A victory in this case, if it gets to the jury, I'm still, like I'm saying, a victory in this case are 12 not guilties. That means emphatically exonerated, never to be addressed again. Now, you know, if you believe any of these rumors, you know, from this one juror that got banged out, you know, this is what they say. She wasn't a fan of Karen. She didn't like the fact that Karen was doing all this stuff. Okay, fine. But the thing is, you can never trust a jury. Even an acquittal is not a victory. You have to have 12 NGs. Even if there's one person that holds out and says, I'm for the Commonwealth no matter what, it's not a victory. My thing is this. I'm hoping, and Kelly Reed, I hope you're listening. I'm very hoping in my heart. If they're saying they're not going to take the full week next week, I'm hoping to God there is something so incriminating, so off the charts that will force an abrupt stop of this case, forcing Beverly, Judge Canoni, to say, you know something? Jury, you're excused, and I am directing this verdict right now. Miss Reed, you are absolutely not guilty. This trial is over. Because I do not want this case to go to the hands of 12 people. I don't think it's safe. I don't. I'm praying to God that something like that happens. Now, it'd be even more beautiful today when Jackson get up, Your Honor, we move for a directed verdict of not guilty. That'd be beautiful. She said, yes, I agree. They haven't met their burden. Because you know something? They have not met their burden.
Nope.
You know, the judge, listen, we're all, you know, we're all human beings, right? But the standard, the absolute standard, the burden is beyond all reasonable doubt. They have not shown that Karen killed John. That's what the case is. It's not about Colin Albert not being in the house. That's what their first half was. That's what most of their half was. They have not proven that either, by the way. They haven't proven that he was not in the house, right? They have not, and they haven't proven that Karen killed John. But Bev wants the drama. She's not going to go for that, but they will ask. They always ask. And then we start. She'll probably have a short recess, and then boom, we're into it. And I said to my tweet today, people, sit back and relax. All the jokers on YT, whatever that, Yellow Cars Tales, they're all creating evidence and theories because they know the Commonwealth destroyed this case. They know it. They can't deny it. They just won't say it. And so they're with the fake FBI agent, 2 glasses, hit the head on the curb, but bounced up miraculously 12, 13 feet. That's what I call BS. The other guy, the other one, Kate, listen, you know, Kate's more of an investigator than all of them put together, but she's, you know, listen, she has an agenda. Anyways, like I said, sit back, relax, and you're going to see the professionals, the adults of the courtroom get up, introduce evidence properly and facts. And we're all going to see, it's going to be a lesson that we'll never, ever forget. We're all a part of this history, people. Sit back and relax. It's going to be incredible. I'm telling you. Mark it right now. What day is today? The 21st. We're into summer. It's amazing. We're summertime now.
Summertime. I agree with Zach as well. I agree about directed verdict, but because of the planted tailor, she won't. Because it's most favourable to the state, obviously. So that's why she won't give a directed verdict for.
But how do you feel, Dylan? Seriously, how do you feel about this case going to the trial? I'm going to the jury.
I'm always nervous. Because I've seen so many. I've seen so many trials. Most of them, you'd say they're guilty. It's slam dunk. There's no problem. But there's some I'm being like, whoa. They actually found this person guilty. Where I personally, so what you got to remember is everyone's got a different threshold for beyond a reasonable doubt.
Sure,
my threshold is very high for beyond reasonable doubt, but other people that I respect and I get on with, their thresholds are a lot lower. And it's like it just takes one thing. So I wouldn't surprise me if one person goes, "Well, she said I hit him. She admitted to it." One person will probably say that, and that's where you have the discussion, the deliberations, and stuff like that. We can't even think what they're thinking. Even though we say people like Yellow Cottage Tales and all those, whatever, they could be one of them on the jury. So
no doubt.
We can't even say nothing's a slam dunk. But what I do trust is I think the majority will be not guilty. And then once they discuss it, go through it and everything like that, I think the vast majority hopefully will then come to a not guilty verdict. That's what I believe. We need to forget about everyone's going to be thinking like we think, because they're not. They're not. We've lived this. And we got Sean McDonough here. We got El Jefe explaining stuff to us, breaking stuff down. They got no one. They got no one explaining it to them. They got to rely on their notes. So I do think justice will prevail. I do think they will find it not guilty though, but I don't think it's going to be as maybe as. But it could. They all could go. Yeah, it's not guilty. What are we doing? We just don't know.
I'm sorry, Dylan. I'm not laughing at you. I just got a message from the control room, and the control room said, "Tone it down."
Tone it down. Never tone it down. Kim, This is Sean. This is scary, but you're right. It takes one juror for the Commonwealth watching from Denver. Hello, Kim.
Hey,
And then
Denver.
Kevin says the defense has some huge evidence from different areas. Karen could go free. The Commonwealth has not proven anything in this case. I agree. And also, the other factor of all this, Sean, is we've not even heard the defense yet. So we've not heard them yet. So they could come out day one and it's like blows it all out, as you just said.
Right.
It could be one thing. It's like, oh, well, then it could be a directed verdict.
Right.
I don't know.
I've never seen a case where the prosecution at the end of the case are in so much jeopardy that we're talking reasonable doubt before you hear one shred of evidence or one word of support for Karen Read. I mean, in the defense of Karen Read, I really suggest anyone who has not seen the Netflix. Well, it was Showtime when I saw it. Your Honor. Now, I watched Your Honor back before, obviously, I got into Karen Read because I could actually get through both seasons. It's amazing. If you watch it now, it's amazing how you get to see corruption at its worst. And let's face it, at its worst. And when I talk about the gatekeepers, right, in that show, right, and it's really, really, and I love Bryan Cranston. I was not a fan of, believe it or not, I was not a fan originally of the Breaking Bad season. I'll have to say it again. Jesus.
No worries.
Remind me.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Everything? All right.
Jim?
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no. Thank you very much. Can we have Dr. Scordi-Belo, please?
I can't do the thing because of this now, but shout out to Vivian for the coffees. I will, on the next break, I will do the whole thing. Thank you, Vivian.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now to answer the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you
I do. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Tallali. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Scordi-Belo, if I could ask you some questions, just turning back a little bit from what you were testifying to about yesterday. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you had received some, in addition to the internal and external examination that you conducted with Mr. O'Keefe, you had received some other material that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Now, included in that material was some material from the state police as far as the investigative agency investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Correct.
Now, is that is that typical? Is that abnormal? If you could describe sort of in general terms, as far as what, if any, communication would you typically have with the investigating body or agency in relation to any sort of autopsy or examination you do?
Yes. In Massachusetts, under Massachusetts law, the medical examiner's office is responsible, and our role is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy. The scene or the scene of death or the place where the decedent is found is controlled by the district attorney's office, and state police will do an investigation. When we accept a case into our office, we request reports, police reports, to explain and describe the circumstances of the death. It could be a house, it could be somewhere else, it could be outside. Every case comes with a police report, and we review that police report, and if we feel that we need more information, then we contact the investigating body and ask for more information, again, depending on the case.
And specifically in this case, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, did you reach out to get some more information?
I did reach out, yes.
Was that in part in relation to what you were talking about in your testimony yesterday, as far as the diagnosis of hypothermia and trying to sort of better understand the circumstances?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Why did you reach out?
I reached out because when the case was presented to us, and after I did the autopsy, I did not have all the information that I needed in order to certify the manner. The cause of death to me was, I was able to determine the cause of death from the autopsy. When an event is unwitnessed, we usually reach out to the investigating agency and ask them whether they have any more information than they did on the day that the autopsy was done, because investigations sometimes take some time. So in the days and the weeks following the autopsy, I reached out and asked if there was any more information than what I was originally presented with. Was there any video from the surrounding areas? Did anybody come forward to say that they actually witnessed whatever happened? Again, by the time I was ready to finalize the case, and we have approximately 3 months or 90 days from the day of the autopsy until we issue a report, I was not provided with enough information for me to be able to determine the manner.
Now, doctor, do you recall specifically who it was that you spoke with from the state police?
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination?
No, I did not.
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes on the death certificate, and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence, I cannot determine a manner.
May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you 5 photographs that I gave you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these as photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's body. I believe these were taken at the hospital. One of them is a photograph taken at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
Ms. Little? No objection. Thank you. 6:45, 6:49. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a moment? I just want to make sure they're in the
Yes.
right order. May I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish these for the jury?
So jurors, remember the instruction I gave you yesterday on these photographs, okay?
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 2853. Doctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture taken of Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And Doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer that you have there, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this photograph related to the injuries that you were testifying about.
Yes, so first thing you notice is the medical intervention, which I talked about yesterday. There's defibrillator adhesive pads on the chest. There is what's known as a C-collar, a cervical stabilization collar for the neck, and he has been intubated prior to going to the hospital. The injuries that are obvious in this picture include the abrasions on his right forearm and arm. And you can see here, there is discoloration of the upper eyelid of the right eye with some blood that's dripping. That's the orbital or supraorbital ecchymosis that I described before with we're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2857. Now, Doctor, this is not before you at the current time. It's currently marked as Exhibit 442. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture of the abrasions that I described in my report. Posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, Doctor, with reference to these injuries as far as Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what, if any, role will that play as far as your determination as far as cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
These are superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present, they're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and I did not contribute them to the cause of death.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2860. Doctor, returning to the exhibits or the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand. This is the dorsum or the dorsal aspect of the hand as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some contusions or bruises. There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have a photograph from page 65. And Dr. Scordi-Belo, if you could, again, using the way to point out direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this photograph.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just repeat it and a little louder.
Sure. My apologies, doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Ms. Gilman, could I photograph 2877? And doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significance you observe in this one.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Saying, Dr. Scordi-Belo, if we could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, doctor. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. And doctor, we get out the lights. Thanks. Now, doctor, with reference to what you were testifying yesterday as far as the subscapular bleeding under the scalp, is that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
And so would that be more prominent on the right side? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday about a blunt object's injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head and leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now, that blunt object, what, if anything, can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt object possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Objection. Ask the question differently.
The injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other? Is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Objection. Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle that strikes a pedestrian?
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And did you have occasion to see any photographs, or have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
And the size or shape of that vehicle, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as your examining?
Objection. I'll allow it.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. O'Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light, bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee, or slightly above or slightly below.
And again, I believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
With regards to the thickness of the skull bone, what, if any, significance, or what, if any, what, if anything, you say as far as the type or amount of force that would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
Objection. Overruled.
I would consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
I have a moment, John.
Yes.
Now, doctor, from the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
Thank you, doctor. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Right, cross-examination?
Good morning, Dr. Scordi-Belo.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely. You testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes,
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
correct.
And you've testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws.
Claws. Possibly, yes.
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No.
No injuries to his back.
No.
No injuries to his hips.
Correct.
No injuries to his pelvis.
Correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no.
No injuries to his knees.
Correct.
No injuries to his shins.
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
Correct.
No injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper. Is that correct?
Correct. At a very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Right, Sean.
Oh, Jesus. Listen, I mean, come on. I love it though. Just keep chipping away. Just chip away. The hypothetical is exactly what the hell they're saying. It's amazing. Yeah. It's amazing.
I just what you should do is say the truth. But it's like it's likely, it's not likely. It's like, well, it's very unlikely. 7,000-pound vehicle going 24 miles per hour only caused that amount of damage. It would have been a hell of a lot more than that. So
right. You know, just real quick before we started, Your Honor with Bryan Cranston is really an incredible series to watch, and you see how corruption can ruin
You are
a person's
unmuted.
life.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm, let's start there, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay, so you need to break it down.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never personally inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion on that.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes,
You observed no significant bruising,
correct,
no fractures,
correct,
and no broken bones.
correct.
I'd like to talk about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2, yes,
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
correct,
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
correct,
no matter how small.
correct,
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person.
correct.
If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Are these the facial injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes,
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
the orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the 2 abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
You can take that down, Mr. Bates. Thank you. Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had 1 laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that a little
Yes.
bit earlier. you testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You testified that there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury, as opposed to confluent, where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Okay.
And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You call them
Yes.
pattern abrasions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
Well, typically road rash covers sort of a large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Blunt force trauma can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear tail light at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Doctor?
I can't. By a
Okay.
smooth, no.
All right, next question.
By a smooth rear tail light, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
If I could just see what was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lillard. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
May I mark that as the next morning?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Dr.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Sean, it's done.
Oh my God.
It's done, Sean.
Listen, this is, you know something, they could end it right now. They really could.
They could. This is,
You know,
Eliza is destroying.
I love her. And this is what's going to be remembered. This is going to be all over the news. It's going to be great.
How can anyone now say anything that he was killed, by a car?
I mean, come on, listen. And the fact that I love how Jackson said a smooth, and she said individual strikes. It's when the car's going 24 miles an hour, you can't have individual strikes.
No smoothness whatsoever.
Come on. I mean, Jesus.
I was going to say that the jury also seen all these objections, but it's like, well, why? She's right. It can't be smooth.
No.
It's like,
no.
I'm more happy now than when we were at the start of the day. I was happy at the start of the day, but wow. Just people out there. There will also be people that go in, oh my God, Lally's nailed it. He's just proven that. So whatever happens, there's going to be people thinks the opposite anyway. So, Miss Little, thanking you. Miss Little's been great. She's been a star and all this, she's been fantastic every time she's crossed. So yeah, I love her demeanor. So
everyone has a supporting role here.
Yeah.
Everyone.
She's great. Right.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first. So we'll mark it for identification, and then when it's appropriate, it will be transferred to being an exhibit. But
thank you.
But yes, you can publish. Is it all set to be published appropriately?
Yes, Your Honor.
We open for identification. Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Belo, you indicated on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You were asked by Mr. Lowry.
Can we take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of a fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose. Yes. Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes.
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand.
Correct.
The injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
I think that's a simple question. Is it? What's wrong with that question?
Listen, they don't want to be exposed. That's the only thing. I mean,
It's like she's the expert. So if she can't testify to this, who can?
exactly. Absolutely.
You know.
Well, you know, the veil, the onion is being peeled as we go. It's going to be, I saw someone say this in the chat. This is exactly the way the defense wants to start their case. This is exactly the way they want to destroy the ME, destroy right out front the whole theory. And they basically have. But this seals the deal right now. This is riveting. This will always be in the mind of the jury, and it will be brought back when the defense does their closing. You're going to remember that. It's going to be amazing.
You are unmuted.
Shifting gears for a second, you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seemed to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be a single impact.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
And you testified before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your expert medical opinion, is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
If I can have one.
Sure.
May I see the exhibits that were just marked, Your Honor? Your Honor, if I could have permission to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 19.
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Belo, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
Do we have just one, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 648. Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down? Yeah. Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648.
Number.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
2853. Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Belo, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes,
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
yes.
What is that?
That is liver,
Lividity?
lividity. Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what lividity is?
Yes, lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body after someone is deceased.
So even though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity. Yes, it goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, the lights, please. Thank you. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Scordi-Belo, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
Correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
You were asked whether or not the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
Would glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
It could be under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Correct, yes.
Now, as far as the abrasion near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you were asked some questions about whether or not that could be from drag, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Could that also be a result of the blunt impacts for, as one of the possibilities you testified before, from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
Objection.
So I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be. Yes.
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you did not see in this case?
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also include breaks in fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Objection.
Watch the form, Mr. Lally, sustain.
What, if anything else, would that include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include broken fingers.
Now, with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries. Yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with the skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could again just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and bleeding?
Objection.
Ask it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
You were asked about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in this room?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
And so I'm sorry, Doctor. My question is more geared towards as far as the single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that were seen in the brain and the skull.
Okay, I'm not.
No further questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set. Thank you very much. All
Here we
right,
go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth rest.
all right.
Your Honor, the defense would move the court for,
So I'm going to stop you right there. A short recess.
if the court needs one.
I don't need one, but I will see you at sidebar.
Oh, buddy.
There you go.
Well,
Here we go.
you know what
Well-
they're going to say. You know what
Yeah.
they're going to say. He doesn't want. She
Go on.
doesn't want him to say that in front of the jury.
Yeah. Oh, that's true as well. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. So I was just trying to put timestamps in. That's why I was like,
I know,
oh,
I'm a little, I'm creating tonight's live tonight, so.
You're going live tonight?
I am. I can't. Oh man, I can't
No.
not do that tonight.
No, I know. Right, hang on. Let me put the banner up then. I wasn't sure. Here you go. Join Dylan and Sean at the Alternate Corner, 8 a.m. Eastern on the daily for Core Prep and Tracker, and then join Going Through the Motions for nightly recaps with Sean at 6 p.m. Eastern.
I got a great photo of Karen. It's great.
Happy days. Oh, the jury must be leaving. So
yeah,
2:02:05. Right, 2:02:05. Jury leave. Oh, that was great, Sean. That was great.
Hey, listen, we knew this day. We knew this was a nothing. It was a nothing case.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial
fuck
watchers.
you.
This is another law and crime.
This guy pisses me off, Sean.
Of course he does.
Oh my days! Just I wouldn't mind. I don't mind the guy. He's a nice guy. It's just the fact that he does it every time. So break now. Oh damn! I lost you. Hang on. There you go. You're up there.
Am I here?
Yeah. Interestingly, Aiden said. Aiden message saying notable. Oh damn! Hang on. We get into this now. Notable. Paul O'Keefe seemed to walk out in disgust after the medical examiner was finished.
He should.
He has been promised bombshells for the last 2 years that never came. We tried to warn him, but he's blinded. So obviously, take it with a pinch of salt. But apparently, he has left. He doesn't normally leave. So
yeah, I mean,
and El Jefe has posted a link as well. Look at that! I got you, sir. I've retweeted it. I've retweeted it. Sarah, someone will grab the link now, so we can get that for you.
Isn't it amazing that this technology? I mean, God, if I had this when I was a working agent, I mean, it's amazing. This technology.
We got a couple of questions for you, Sean, and there's one here, and then I'll go to the super chat ones. Sean, do you think Proctor and all his partners in crime are getting the cold shoulder at work?
They have to be. I mean, I don't know how the guy can show his face. We're getting Golden Girl. We're getting word now that, hey, listen, now the the little, I don't want to say it. Now it's becoming okay to criticize this guy, but where were they 6 months ago?
Yeah,
nothing's changed really. They all know they had the cards in their hands. They're like the you go for the new car to buy the new car. Well, they had the cards. When they bring it to the general manager, he's got the cards. He knows what the price is. They all knew what this guy was about. It's just now they can say it, but it's a bunch of bullshit. So.
I know. Hey, but we're talking about bullshit. Hey, it's your favorite time. Hang on, it's your favorite time.
Let's do it.
I have. Oh fuck! Hang on. Do you know when you got to move things? Hang on. Right, here we go, Sean. Shout out to Vivian. She sent me this earlier on, and I didn't. Oh my god, it won't save. She sent me this earlier on, and I haven't had time to do it. So shout out to Vivian. Bought me 5 coffees. Thank you, Dylan, for all your hard work. It was good to see Sean. Continued peace and praise to you, Sean. There you go. That's
Vivian.
lovely.
Vivian's
Thank
great.
you so much. Yeah, thank you, Vivian, for all your support. Always, not just the coffees. I mean, your support in chat and your love is great. We got a few super chats here as well, but now I've got to move us back. Hang on. Oh no, wrong one. Where have I gone now? Yes, this is the one. Let me move us back for a second. Save it, and then I'll present. Share screen. Law and crime. Then put us back to the 3 box. Right, so here we go. Okay. Right, we start with Sea-Dog. Thank you, everyone, for the super chat. Sea-Dog asked, Sean, do you look at the mofos who helped the case differently to the mofos who knew the real story? Different levels of mofo, maybe.
Oh yeah, we definitely have Sea-Dog. We definitely have different categories. The mofos who helped the case not knowing. I mean, they're almost as King Mofo types, right? These people, everyone on that side knew what they were doing, right? You know, and yeah, this Mofo thing is kind of funny. I always remember this guy. I told you how
Yeah.
he's.
Yeah.
We
It's
doing
good.
Mofo. I mean, this guy was the best, man. He was the Mofo king down in Arlington County in Green Valley. And everyone knows how Green Valley was back in the late 70s, early 80s. It was amazing. But yeah, no, Sea-Dog, you're right. I think they all helped the case, to be honest with you. I don't think anyone for the prosecution made any headway against Karen Reed. Let's face it. I said it today. All those trolls and the Kevins and the Jennifer Coffin-Daffers of the world and the Kates of the world all said that this was going to be a slam dunk. Now, they got to be brain dead. This is the case. This is the case that the Commonwealth said that they would put on beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. They did a better job putting on a case to protect the Alberts than they did for Karen killing John. That's what Paul O'Keefe should be thinking about right now, right? Why? Again, it goes back to this. This is why I'm here. Where is the respect for John O'Keefe? Where is the respect for Paul, brother? Where's the respect for Peggy's son? Mr. O'Keefe knows. He's always known. Always. So
Thank you, Sea-Dog, for that, and thank you. Yeah, your true words. Lem says, just wanted to say thank you, love you, and Sean. Happy Friday from Canton. Thank you, Lem. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Lem.
We got Lily here from True Crime Kangaroo. Hi, Sean. So great to see your face again. Hugs and condolences to you and family. Asking your thoughts on Chris Albert. Do you think he went to 34 Fairview on the 20th of January, or believe he went home? I found something.
I got to tell you, she's a team member. Her name is Sarah Ashburn, believe it or not. She did an incredible breakdown. Maybe I'll get her back on, but she did an incredible breakdown of all the initial reports about Chris Albert, and she determined that he definitely went to 34 Fairview. No doubt. So,
man, it's so sad. As you said, I know you said about the onion. It's starting to wrap.
Oh yeah,
wrap now. You know what I mean?
You peel that onion back, and that's all the euphemism. Chipping away, peeling the onion back. I mean, taking the veils off. Well, we now know that this was the weakest case. I got to tell you, when you can't hammer in a theory, when you can't hammer in the medical examiner, let's face it, she cannot give the manner of death. This is a murder 2 case. She cannot. Jamaica, Mikey, Jamaica's still out there, but that's for me. That's my little bag of tricks. They don't want to talk about Jamaica. If they ever sue me, I'm going to bring that bag of tricks to the table. They don't want to hear about Jamaica on video. They don't. Anyways, Mike, some people just don't forget certain things. It's crazy, but no, you cannot put a trial. They should never have indicted this case. They should have never arrested Karen. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that with weeks of investigation, any of this would have changed. But for Christ's sake, do the investigation before you charge someone, right? And I still say they wanted a quick arrest, get it in, get it out, take advantage of her state of mind, which they thought they could, but they never expected her to fight back in the manner that she has. And I'll tell you right now, she has fought like a champion. She is a champion. She will always be a champion in my mind.
Yeah.
My whole being here is to champion John O'Keefe. That's what I want. I want justice. And I'll tell you right now, we're going to get a little bit of a picture of justice for John in the defense, but the real justice will come when those mofos are brought down to South Boston to go to Uncle Joe's house. Now, when I say Uncle Joe, the people who know me and the people who know Joe Moakley know why we call Joe Uncle Joe. It's the other thing. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
You know. Uncle
Yeah.
Joe. Uncle Joe was a great man out of Southie.
But
he has a lot of nephews and nieces.
But talk about go from Uncle Joe to cousin Jill. She's in the house. You don't see cousin Jill for ages. Here we go.
Jill and Amy.
They've been still here, coming every day. Contributing and stuff like that.
I hear it's hot as Hades up there. Down here, I was talking to Susanna. We were sitting out last night. It was 96 degrees in Boston. We're here with the breeze. It's 89, 90 degrees. It's beautiful here in Naples. It's summer. You guys are getting hammered up there with the heat.
Oh man. But yeah, look, we're on the final stretch, Sean. So
yeah, like I said, it's a travesty.
It's sad, yeah.
You know my feelings. This should have never, ever been brought to trial.
I know.
But I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad it did.
Yeah.
I'm glad it did.
Hey, Julie.
There's Julie Burke.
Yeah, you're right. It should never come to trial. But
Julie, I want to ask you a question. Julie always gets me on my shirts, but do you think this shirt's a good shirt? This says, I don't spin. The judge will not. What the hell does it say? The judge. I can't even think. The judge will make. Oh, the judge will make sure of that. What's that? Anyways, I don't spin. The judge will make sure of that. I'm getting all these shirts everywhere. Julie, what do you think there, Julie?
The chat were also, Joe, I pissed myself earlier on, right? Because the chat was saying about you. So can Sean do a show just in Jennifer Coffin Duffer's voice?
It's awful. It's awful. I don't want to get you crying again. But think about it. Just don't. That's right. Alan Jackson, he said, I don't spin. The judge will make sure I will. That was a great line. And I'll tell you, people here are very generous. They send me these shirts. It's beautiful.
This is nice. Ms. Mojo Rises, I held it on Sean. I saw Karen this morning and it was unbelievable. I want to say the love out there is so real. Free Karen Reid and Justice for Officer John O'Keefe.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I said, everyone has a supporting role. I mean, everyone, the content creators, the ground crew, all the people.
Sorry. I got to cut you off. The Jewer says, I listen to the stream on my iPad and my son often catches bits and pieces. He just came downstairs and said, are you making breakfast or what, mofo? Thanks, Sean. You have no idea what it means. That's amazing.
Hey, it's better than the alternative, right?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh, no, sorry, Sean. I have to see that.
No, that's good. That's good. No, but everyone truly has a supporting role in this whole movement, and I'm just so happy. And I said it the other night, Mrs. O'Keefe, where are the Boston cops? Where are all those cops that carried your son into that church, his casket, right? Where are those guys? Why can't they have a mini group, cops for John O'Keefe, cops for Peggy O'Keefe, not Charlie's Angels that they have, I mean, Angels for Peggy. Where are the cops? Where are the people, that matter? Where are those people? They can stand out just like the other people, just a small group, show their support. They can't. You know why? Because they know the truth. What the hell is wrong with that family? They know the truth.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
Carly's got a question here because says, why did they not bring up blood loss of 3 out of 4 5-liter loss, and where is it?
Callie, Sandy, and we've talked offline. I just talked to another nurse today, and I was saying that's the part that I wanted to know in the medical examiner's report, the actual postmortem, how much blood. I mean, I hate to say this, but they drained everything, right? They take body parts out, but they drained the blood, right, and the fluids to find out the amount of blood in his body, which we all carry an average amount of blood in our body, right? And we would have known exactly how much he would have lost and how much they would have. I don't know why it just says to me it's not needed, because you know why? They got something even more outstanding to present. And that's the only thing I can imagine.
Yeah.
What are the possibilities here? Let's say, okay, what's the possibilities? That they bring the geofence. That would be huge. That they get John's DNA in that house. That would be, for them to say, we're only going to take half the week or 4 days, right? That they have to have something so compelling that it's going to be, it's going to be like a no-brainer for this jury and for this judge to basically direct the verdict right then and there.
I think the main piece is going to be the reconstruction stuff.
Oh yeah, Jesus!
When that's game over. I mean, Lucky's be great, but it's going to be game over.
Yeah, but even then, and I'll play devil's advocate, right? Let's take that one juror who says, "Okay, I want to be completely open," and he says, "Okay, Trooper Paul, he's like me, the jurors. I don't like to talk in front of public. I'm nervous. I'm this." And say they give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay. And then you bring on these stellar PhD people and say they have an animus against Alan Jackson or whatever. And they think, oh, he represented, whoever, right, in the past. And that's not their political thing. So they have a bias, right? Well, that's what I'm saying. You're going to have jurors like that. And you're going to have people thinking, well, I don't give a shit. She said she hit him. She said it here. She said it there. Oh, by the way, where's Gretchen Voss? There's another thing. I have to hammer Kevin. Where's Gretchen Voss? Oh, wait till you hear it, Sean. Wait till you hear it. Gretchen Voss is going to seal the deal. See these things anyway. But getting back, so you have that one juror, as I said before. You can't. This will not be a victory if it's a hung jury.
No.
This is why I say, don't want this to go to the jury. There has to be the hammer. You have to have the hammer. You have to lock that. The hammer has to be pulled back, and they have to pull the trigger. And something has to happen between today and next week to show this world that it's over.
Yeah. They're gonna try. Yeah, that's fair. Or yeah, I mean, the other side looking at it is that they've looked at it. The dream team have looked at it and gone, right, okay, these are the areas we need to control. There's 3 or 4 areas with some question marks maybe for the jurors. We're just going to concentrate on those areas. Everything else we've smashed. We're just going to concentrate on those, and that's it. That's why they're maybe they're just trying to simplify it for the jurors and just be like, we're not going to put like smoke and mirrors out there like Lali's been doing. We're just going to simplify it for you. It's really, really hard, and I've only seen it been done once for a judge to do a directed verdict. Really, really hard. And I've even seen a judge now say on record afterwards that he was super close to doing it, but he couldn't. He said, I trusted the jury. And they got the right decision. They got the not guilty, but it's just so hard for a judge to do it. Really, really hard. Because even if the judge does do that, then there's going to be more question marks. Because but if it had gone to the jury would have voted guilty, and so you can't win whatever happens here, Sean. You can't. But I'm with you though.
But think about this, Dylan. If they have DNA evidence, right?
Yeah.
That shows that John was in that house. I mean, she's going to be compelled.
But wouldn't that have come out though?
No. I mean, listen, we don't know what they have. We don't know what they know, right? But the 3,074 pages, some bombshell. Okay, let's get back to this. We keep forgetting. Something in those 3,074 pages said to a very prudent, very intelligent, very prestigious gentleman who is knocking on the door to be the next U.S. attorney at the District of Massachusetts that prompted him to say, I cannot let this case go to trial. And he hand-delivered a bunch of stuff in those 3,074 pages. Within that stack of pages lies the bombshell.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever asked that question, yes, I'll be on tonight at 6:00, and I will have a special guest. It's Special Guest Friday. I will have a very special guest, and she might break some breaking news. It's a she, but Sally, yes, Sally, keep scrolling. Sally, I like that. Keep scrolling. Yes, I will be on at 6:00 Eastern Standard Time.
There's a tweet here from Aidan saying, I can't take a picture of this, but Karen Reid and her father are sitting next to each other and have the biggest smiles on their faces. They know the nightmare's coming to an end. Let's hope so.
People are really missing the boat here about this relationship that Karen has with her family. All right. They're trying to say that, oh my God, Karen called her mother and father and at this, and Karen told her father that I think I hit something. Well, guess what? He said that on national news, right? A year and months after the incident. Okay. And people are trying to box that statement into, like, I heard Jennifer Carver say yesterday, and she's such an idiot. Oh, she said that to him back at that day. No, she didn't, you fool. Right? She said, I think I backed into something, right? Well, guess what? She did. And we have video evidence of that. But this is what I'm trying to say. They're over there trying to create narratives and present their own foolish evidence that doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see every time Karen looks back, she's looking back at her dad. There is a special relationship between a father and a daughter. I don't care what you say. And I believe wholeheartedly, even when she arrives, many times when she arrives, real quick, she always asks, is my dad here? Is my family here? We'll see that. Anyways, here we go.
You are unmuted. All right. So, Mr. Jackson, yesterday you told me you would like 10 minutes for your argument. I'll hear you now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'll be brief. The court must consider, after viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the Commonwealth, whether a rational jury could find the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, the case that the Commonwealth has submitted to the jury after resting is insufficient to meet such a finding. There's no question but that with this particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth. I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element of each count. Okay. In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence presented in the Commonwealth's case that Karen Reid's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe. There's been conjecture, there's been speculation, but no actual competent evidence. The Commonwealth's entire case relies on a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And his theory, according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck, he was spun around in sort of a pirouette, he was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the Commonwealth's case, everything relies on that theory of damage to the taillight at the scene. If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt, then we believe the motion has to be granted. There is no competent medical evidence to support that theory. There's no competent physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional damage. There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a body 30 feet, as per the Commonwealth's theory. And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning. The evidence before the court, the only evidence that is before the court, is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner does not believe this is a homicide. And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries. And they are, every single one of them, consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion like Trooper Paul did that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy. As put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick, it's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions, as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory. Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational. It's not reasonable. And it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3. It's because each of the counts, as I said at the beginning, necessarily include an element that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe Trooper Paul's theory, it's the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal. Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened is from Trooper Paul's description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly, the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how John O'Keefe was struck, and we don't believe that that's rational. We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
Okay.
I'll submit.
Your Honor, if I may just, we have a written motion for the court to act on pursuant to that argument. And your question, and I can copy it.
All right, I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's
So let's leave the comments out.
Your Honor, as far as the comments, all I was going to say is that I would submit to the court that.
Is this surprisingly that I took issue?
And my apologies for that. What I would submit to the court, Your Honor, is that this case does not rest and fall with the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the other testimony that the court has heard, I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr. O'Keefe. So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, one sneaker in the location of the curb, the glass, the drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen walking out of the Waterfall Bar at approximately 12:11 a.m. with, that is in the vicinity, the direct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it early in the morning of January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be consistent with pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the remainder of the pieces of taillight, and this part is important in relation to Trooper Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence that he observed that's discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. The testimony from Ms. Mixlear, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct from the pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together, matching not only to that, but the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle. The taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, which has the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, his mitochondrial DNA, as well as the court heard from Ms. Chart from Voting Technology. You have the plethora of testimony from the various civilian witnesses from that particular night. You have the evidence of motive from the text communications, as well as the testimony of the children in this case as to the state of their relationship from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship. You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed prior to that day. There are arguments that continue throughout the afternoon of the 28th and seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, that come from multiple sources, including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter Famati, firefighter McLaughlin, and Ms. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the verbal arguments stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road. With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text sheet. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all 3 indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay. All right. In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
I mean, there's no surprise, Sean. Let's,
Hey, let's get it on. Here we go.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on, my friend. Here we go. This is what we waited for. This is what we paid the big bucks for right here.
Yeah, it is. It is. Let's do it, people. Defense witness number 1. Lucky, is it? Number 1. I'll just put Lucky down. I presume it's lucky. I don't actually know. Did he say?
He has not said yet, friend.
Oh, the jury coming in first. That's right.
I love how Karen is so engaged. I mean, she is the team. She's a team member. She's just not sitting there. It's great.
Yeah. And just for anyone asking, that's not unusual for Bev to do that. That's pretty standard for her to deny it. It's we can all disagree with her, but it's always going to happen. Yeah. Oh, it's the frustrating part about courts. But also, a lot of judges don't do directed verdict now. They want to hear both sides. So,
yeah, that Mona Lisa just made a great comment. She said that the jury will now go home. Whatever the defense says today, that's what they're going to be going home with over the weekend, which is beautiful.
Court, all rise for the jury. Thank you. This court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now, I stressed to you that the burden of proof rests with the Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever, doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence. So the Commonwealth has completed its case, the Commonwealth has rested, and I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Kennedy, do you have a witness for us?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Brian Laughlin.
Okay.
He is. I just stepped on him.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case hearing here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
And where are you from, sir?
Mr. Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe put your mouth as close to the mic as you can. Where did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can you name the ones that you were familiar with?
I was familiar with Brian.
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert. Brendan Albert. Kevin Albert. And I believe Kathy Albert is the sister, but I'm not 100% sure on her first name.
Okay, and those are the siblings that you had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but yes.
Graduated at the same time?
Correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
So several years.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that? The water.
DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right. And when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our route.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for Canton DPW.
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30.
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
A.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
What time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right. And your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use, so they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right. And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes, it's used for everyday use.
Okay. Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does it that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it so we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure, you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood.
Okay.
And I can see About 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the?
From the windshield straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides, in front of you, and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's you know, it's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. That visibility is fine. It is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Franken truck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes.
What is it?
It is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. And can I have permission to publish before the hearing?
Sure.
Okay, now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe, you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screens, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route for the jury? That's, okay. You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you? Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Wall.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him? Okay, that's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it, you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay. If we can have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except you said you can't see it.
Right. No, I know, but the jury can. So I think it would be helpful for them. All right. So you're coming down Cedar Crest, and would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right. Now, do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right. So there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right. So then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Could I have exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Walker, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Albert's.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview, the very first time you passed it, would it have been on your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me, in front of the truck.
I'm sorry?
In front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And when you were passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes,
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
We have the previous exhibit, put back up with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which side?
Down the bottom.
Okay. And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay. So you're essentially doing almost a three-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right. So now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
All right. How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45?
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it different.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, to your best estimate, in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest?
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time?
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that point?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road.
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
In front of the Albert's house.
Where in front of the Albert's house?
By the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like at that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting to accumulate a lot quicker than what it was previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not,
Why?
because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes,
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
left.
And once, as you were approaching that vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle, but the lawn side?
Yes,
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
no,
Lights were still on.
correct.
All right, now, once you pass the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No,
All right, where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process, take a left on Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Was there that car that you saw?
Correct.
It moved from when you passed it the first time.
No,
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you as you were coming down Fairview toward Cedar Crest?
not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview.
Okay.
And came back down, and then at that point I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the?
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
Coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. Were you approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul?
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Tybar.
What's this?
Dylan,
What's this?
this is, I'll tell you right now, he has more information than I ever knew.
I mean, well,
He actually went past the car. I thought he had to stop up at Cedar Crest because he didn't want to go down. This guy literally came eye to eye with the car. He saw the car right there. And what a beautiful statement. When he came back, the car is on his left, and I couldn't see the lawn because the car was blocking the view. That's incredible.
and he's very honest. He's credible. And even the answer about what time did he come back is, I don't really know. If you're making me answer, it'll be 5:30, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, he says 3 hours. So 3:30. That's 6:30. I mean, come on. We know the time frame.
And but Paul, because I thought it was
Paul
Trooper
Katowski. That's the PI.
Okay. But why does Lally keep objecting not to get it in then?
I don't know.
You are unmuted.
Just a couple questions, Mr. Loughlin.
Sure.
At any point in 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
And do you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to.
If I said Buchanan, would that ring a bell?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document that's already been marked with Exhibit 109. Just ask you to look at that, look up whenever you're finished, okay?
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those routes, is that right?
Yes.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as the portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route.
Yeah.
Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the Rin Road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the Rin Road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal, sort of, when you're first getting out there to plow the roads, is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line, if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you were driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
You remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F-550 utility truck, pickup truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about February 15th, 2022, and you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a skating rink, is that right?
Correct.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes.
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
Equally.
Equally? Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant or the flagpole or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Correct.
So you do know?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Place, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
Do you remember at any time Paul taking you out in the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No. He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. The Jeep Cherokee are more square.
Now, what color was this SUV that you saw?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell, I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it, or you can't tell?
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
Now, you told this Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And with
To the left of the door?
looking at the front of the door to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw on the news, so this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in, and when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working, plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they wrote
2:40,
that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show counsel. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you to read, join to adopt. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph, this paragraph, and this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just please hold on, right? Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023,
No, it does not.
so you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until April?
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. It's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
About what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
So you don't recall anything specific about that time, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, sir, but you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it. And the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Lally better be careful because I think the jury like this guy.
Hey, this is the perfect witness to have. He's honest. There's no bones about him. He's not one of these muckety muck. He just tells it like it is, and he is holding his own. I'm telling you, he's holding his own. I love the fact how he said, "No, sir, I saw it. I just underestimated the turning radius of my truck." I mean, the hell, guy's amazing.
No, very honest, and even the fact that he hit something, basketball hoop, and he called it in. It's like, do you know what I mean? To cover myself, yeah, because that's what normal, honest people do.
Yeah,
they just phoned it in, not like troopers who don't call anything
in. And the fact that he wouldn't dime out Brian Albert says a lot too. I think they could have he may. Well, that was on direct, so, but you never know. He may be able to question him more about, why didn't you call in on Brian Albert? But he said, yeah, out of respect, I guess. They've known him for a long time. So
Yeah. I'm just trying to look at Twitter. Some people saying, Aiden saying the jury obviously like Lucky. Lally's not doing himself any favors. Yeah, I mean, yeah, everyone is reporting that the jury seem to really like him.
No. And to be honest, he bangs up on Lally. I mean, if Lally bangs up on Lucky, he will definitely lose the jury. I mean, he can't. And he's trying to discredit him or impeach him on these crazy reports. And I'm sure the reports are done by Procter and Company. So,
no, this has been a great day so far, and Lucky's just, as I say, okay, some more to come maybe, but
I mean, this is right out of the gate. This is what you want. This is the type of stuff is what you want.
And you just want honest people, and he comes across as honest. This report's interesting though, but yeah.
But I thought for sure that he said, I thought the word was, but that he's at the top of Cedar Crest. Because Cedar Crest and 34 Fairview are very close. You could throw a baseball up there, right? Very close. Only one house up from the Albert's house up to Cedar Crest, right?
You are unmuted.
Okay.
Sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. United?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday when, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes.
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down or Mr. Unetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
No.
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
Correct.
So, sir, I'm correct if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
You're sure about all the times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes.
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop. Is that right?
If you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir. I'm asking you not to know.
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything, Ms. Tianetti?
Briefly, there's just one question I want to clear, make sure that we understand what's going on.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your
Okay.
Honor. You were asked a question by Mr. Lally. Are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing,
No,
you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
no.
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly, based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes.
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 3:45, about 5:30.
You were on the road about 2:45, and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so from there, 45 minutes, from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30. Was some,
3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
it was about, I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when
What I'm asking is, you would testify that you may or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
Correct.
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So what I'm saying is, you testified, your timeline, that you came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
At 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
It was 45 minutes.
No, 45 minutes was from 2:45 to get you to 3:30. Then 3 hours later, it's 6, correct?
It was about 45 minutes because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave her?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Lochran, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
He was amazing.
Okay.
Dr. Marie Russell.
It took him a bit, but he got there.
Eventually.
He did, but it's great. That was great. That was great. Thank God. It was great.
And Lally, never ask a question you don't know the answer to, Lally.
That was awesome.
Big mistake.
Listen, I mean, if that had the potential of blowing up, big time. However, he came back, that son of a gun. He's lucky. He's lucky.
That's what we call him lucky.
It was great. It was really good how it played out. And you got to love the guy. He's a hero. The guy's a hero.
Woo! I feel good.
I said to myself, oh, God, this is going to blow up. And Eddie should have just left it alone. But as it turned out, it was Lucky was great. It was great.
He came across so truthful.
Oh my God!
Unbelievable.
I mean, this is horrible for the Commonwealth. And he emphatically said no. And listen, this guy knows his cars, right? If I had to go back to be a beat cop now or a road cop, I wouldn't know I wouldn't know how to describe cars. That's how bad I'd be. This guy knows cars.
Woo! No, it's good. It's good. And this is the thing, lesson for people. If you tell the truth, you're never worried.
Exactly. Exactly. Wonder who's next.
This
Okay. Oh, geez.
I know this could be messy.
Oh well. Hey, listen. We'll have to see.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please, in a loud, clear voice, state your name and spell your last name for us?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
And so, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education, training, and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician, starting with your education all the way back to college?
Okay. Well, I have completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer, and so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away, and I returned to Massachusetts, and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
Let me ask you this way. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes.
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
Did. Doctor.
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
Yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987 to 1991, and that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become, at some point, a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at California State Los Angeles?
Yes,
At a separate university?
yes,
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor. And
Of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others,
correct.
meaning other doctors,
Other doctors, yes.
teaching other doctors,
Yes.
and teaching medical students.
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examine the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so, and I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was a director of the USC Center for Life Support Training. So, that involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies, such as LA Sheriffs, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around, could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct? Yes. And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes.
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the practitioners, providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title with the state medical board for for those purposes?
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
Gee, I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive. I did that. That was a job I was doing. One, I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
Which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996, does that
Yes.
sound right? Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm?
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed, reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed Affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Section, may we approach?
Yes.
He's objecting because she's reading a list and she's not supposed to do that.
I think now she's talking about the areas that she said she didn't review from the voir dire. Wasn't it about the dog bites from the town of Canton and something else?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I know Jackson said they sent everything in a Dropbox or drop file, whatever the hell they did, but she said on the stand that she did not review 2 of those things. But now that doesn't mean she couldn't review, since the time she testified volunteer.
Here we go. Oh, everyone stood up, so the jury must be going out for this.
It has to be about the voir dire.
Yeah.
So. Couple of questions, they'll clear it up. That's all.
Yeah, so I think, and also I do think she's reading. She doesn't remember she's reading, and she's not allowed to read either. So, but it'll be fine. We'll wait here because I'm sure it'll come back down now in a second.
Right. The bottom line is, if they can't put a body on the front lawn, it didn't happen the way the Commonwealth is saying. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
I think even like Vinnie Politan said, listen, most jurors are going to look at those injuries and say, hey, listen, this is not from a car. This is not from a pristine taillight. I mean, I told Sean McCabe the other day, I said, dude, your theory was whacked out, but it was a lot better than the Commonwealth's theory. Sean McCabe said his arm got chewed up from the undercarriage, right? Mm-hmm. Well, that's a better theory than the foolish taillight. That's for sure,
Hey there, Karen Reed.
Gigi
so
says,
what do you think? Probably lunch?
No, it's not lunch. No, hang on. Before I do that, Dr. Marie Russell is my second cousin. She's amazing. Ah, that's nice, Gigi.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. No, I don't think so. I don't know. They may be just. I have no idea what they're doing actually. To be quite, it's not lunch anyway because it was 12 o'clock, so that'd be nearly lunch for them.
Right.
But we'll see. Yeah. We can speculate, but before we speculate, just a few thank yous here because some people have sent us something here. So Boo Boo says, Sean, what's coming down the road after Karen Reed is free, FBI, etc.?
I still maintain, and I'm going with all the experience and knowledge that I have, that they are definitely going to pursue the true killers and others. Remember, it's a public corruption investigation, and coupled in with the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. So we have several angles on this thing. We don't know who the true targets of the original investigation is, but this will be under an umbrella. Or they could have done separate indictments or superseded indictments, whatever. But I believe this is tied up in a nice bow. It has not been presented for a true bill. I believe this probably has, and it's just sitting sealed, waiting for this thing to get over.
Fine.
Yeah. So getting back, I remember to say this, getting back to the Your Honor, right? I watched, this is the second time going through, and it's amazing. And when you watch all these shows that have any ties to corruption, it all has the same attributes, all right? You need people. It's like any criminal enterprise. You need people to cooperate and to be in the network of, in this Your Honor, many tentacles are involved: politics, cops, judges, DAs, everything. I mean, that New Orleans department, I mean, most big cities, but this case is this Your Honor shows how it's just a simple example how bad corruption can go. This guy lost everything, but now you got the U.S. attorney. Here's the thing. This is another thing. You'll see how this assistant U.S. attorney, right, how they work. And just, I'll tell you, if you haven't watched it, watch it. You'll see how this whole thing takes the turn. And you might say, hey, wait a minute. This seems a little familiar as to what Sean's saying, how the feds are holding back, right? In this show, the feds have a taped confession from a person, and they're saying, do not use it.
Yeah.
Because they have a bigger target. So listen, just watch it. You'll understand. So.
Yeah, I've not seen it. I haven't heard of it until you said. So.
Yeah, well, I saw it when it was on Showtime. Netflix now has it. And so, my wife never saw it, and she's like completely enthralled by it. So it's pretty good.
That's good. Look,
yeah.
Kevin here saying the doorknob in the basement, done deal, right. Kev. Thank you, Kevin and Booble, for those. The writer, wouldn't the Commonwealth know the evidence the defense has, such as the DNA from the house, in advance? They know most of the evidence, just we don't know everything yet.
Yeah, and just like the defense knew all about the Commonwealth's evidence. I mean, unless it's, like a bombshell late entry into the arena, they should have everyone should have the same playing card, right?
Yeah.
Everyone should be dancing to the same music. So, yeah.
Thank you to Luby for the gifted memberships as well. Really appreciate you for that. And finally, thank you, Derek, for Lucky for Mayor of Campton. That is true. Mayor of Campton, hang on. I need to do this first. We've got someone in the green room here, people. I need to do this because I don't think it's lunch break yet. So I don't know what's going on really, but oh crap. Let me do this. Cancel that. See, Sean, this is live working. Do you know what I mean?
I love it.
You have to do it sometimes, don't you? Here we go. I got it going on here. Hang on. Here he is. You all know him in chat. He's been banned a few times, I think, but we all love him. It's Di the Druid. How we doing, fella?
Evening, buddy. How we doing?
Hey, Di. How you doing, my friend?
Sean, how are you, sir?
Good, sir.
So Di's coming on to cover for Sean during a lunch break.
Obviously,
you're available now anyway, Di, so you can jump on. But yeah, what's your thoughts, Di? First thing this morning.
Well, I've missed a lot of today. I actually had to go into the office today instead of working from home, so I can't just turn on the footage and watch. But I've been playing catch up on the drive home, and let's face it, Lucky has testified under oath there was no body on the lawn at 2:45 in the morning. As Sean would say, it's over.
It's been over before it started. That's the sad thing about this, Di. You know that. You have an ME who can't give you the manner of death. It's a murder to investigation. She's really went down. There's no fractures, no broken bones, consistent with a car that large. They say 7,300 pounds. That's amazing. Beautiful. Keep the weight up. Oh, also, there's a Sarah Ashburn on the team made a great comment. Guy running down first base the other night, young guy going, I don't know how many miles an hour, it's 90 feet, but he goes into this big guy. I forget the name of the players. One guy's 240 pounds, the other guy's 180. The 240 guy's barreling down at 13 miles an hour. They figured out the speed, right? Mm-hmm. And he broke the guy's either arm or leg, right? Going down first base. It was a close call. They had a collision at 13 miles an hour. 63 or 77,000 pounds at 24 miles an hour and no broken bones. That says it all. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's face it, it's all about the momentum, which was the one little bit that that Jackson tried to give to Trooper Paul, but he didn't understand the conservation momentum.
No.
So you imagine, let's say the base runner's 200-pound man.
Yeah.
The vehicle's going to weigh 30 times what he weighs.
Sure.
The vehicle's supposedly going twice as fast as the runner.
Right. Sure.
So you've got 30 times 2. So that's 60 times more momentum in the alleged vehicular collision than the two human beings coming together.
Sure.
No
Right.
broken bones. Below the neck. It's just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm beginning to think that Lally has more of a role in this than we're thinking here, because he's clearly sinking this case. I mean,
I agree. I'm trying to see on Twitter if there's any updates on Twitter. I can't see anything so far.
Heather asked if I was David Owen. Yes, Heather, I'm David Owen.
Yes, the male version of you, Heather, the potty mouth himself.
I've never been banned, but I think I've had a few posts deleted.
Yeah, I've no doubt you've had posts deleted, no doubt. Yeah, I can't. There's nothing updated on Twitter yet, so
nothing, huh? Wow.
Yeah, well, you could think they would say something like it's lunchtime or is this, maybe it's just a 10-minute break, so but whilst we're waiting, we both hang on, let me just refresh this. This is Sean's favorite part. Let me do this.
Here we go. Yeah,
people are gracious enough to do this. I hope you can all see that. It's Anne McLeod bought 5 coffees. Thank you, Anne. Love your show, your attitude, your beautiful accent, and having Sean on with this travesty. Thank you very much from Worcester, Mass. Thank you, Anne. And thank you, Sarah, who bought you coffee. Thank you, Dylan and Sean, for fighting this fight. Thank you, Sarah. So thank you, Anne. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Vivian, for earlier as well. Thank you, everybody, for the coffee. Appreciate you for that. Now I've got to get the police stream back on. Go on.
I don't know about you people right now, but now that it's being said in court, just got this, this weird feeling about how John was beat up, how those people are still walking around, and it's all pointing at them now. It's all pointing at them, and how the people of Canton in that town should feel about these monsters. I mean, seriously, how else can you not? If he didn't get hit by a car, he got murdered in that house, and that's the only logical conclusion one can derive. That's it.
100%. Yeah. And not only that, they straight away went into cover-up mode, and the worst part of it was, rather than try and save his life and take their lumps, they threw him on the lawn to die to protect themselves. Absolutely disgusting, despicable. Well, I won't say what I was going to say. I would have said it in chat.
But I do get a sick feeling. I think people are saying, I do get this now. I've been saying it forever, and I've felt it forever, but now not hearing what the Commonwealth pretended to have, and now that it's now be completely evident that poor officer was brutally, heinously murdered and left like garbage on that lawn, it just gives me that sick feeling all over again. It really does.
Mm-hmm. And Dai's been there as well, Sean. He's been out visiting, so he's used to the area as well, aren't you, Dai?
Oh yeah, that's right. You were on you were on Aiden's show. You partied with those guys, right?
Occasionally on Aiden's live show.
And you were out there. Didn't you guys meet up at a bar?
We did. We went to TD's bar in Milford. That's where we met up for beer.
Beautiful.
And I actually stayed with a guy, one of the other Turtle Rise, who's a former law enforcement officer from Wellesley Way.
How about that? That's nice.
Yeah. There are some great people out there. I went to 34 Fairview. I went to the court in Dedham. Obviously, it was long before the trial.
Sure.
Had a chicken palm at the waterfall. I didn't go in D&E, but I stood outside.
Right. Yeah, I was back the last time I was in Canton. I went over to McCarty's, had lunch with a good friend of mine, went to high school, went over to the waterfall. Wasn't really at the time focusing in, this was June of last year, so wasn't really focusing in D&E that much, but I would have definitely stuck my head in if I had known. But it wasn't a big thing back then in June. And then, of course, as the summer came, and his outbursts and Chris's outbursts, But like I said, we have come a long way in a year. It's amazing how much. And the fact that I always thought that Lucky. Well, we'll have to wait. I
That's
guess.
fine. We got second.
I always thought that Lucky saw from a distance the vehicle, but now to know he actually came right down side by side by that vehicle that's amazing.
Right, I'll move us along here now. The court's back, so.
Good after this, I'll report back in session. Please be seated.
So the Commonwealth's objection is overruled. You can continue.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well, from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Or his right arm? Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display Exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There, on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So sustain. Next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I could ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about something wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm?
Yes. And in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog, for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, an animal inflicts injuries. The type of injury depends in part on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of...
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
May we approach?
Okay.
Oops, what happened there?
Well, Lally, I mean, she's talking about the difference between a law enforcement dog bite and a non-trained law enforcement, and he stopped her right when she said law enforcement.
Okay, so I just nipped to the toilet. So,
but he couldn't give his objection. The judge goes one word, and he couldn't give it.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Without getting into any specifics about police canines,
okay,
does the pattern of injuries that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries, or the consistency of the direction of the injuries, or the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog.
Yes.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
Jeepers, Lally.
Come on.
Very quickly, Ashok, because Jennifer Manning came up and said, I need to come on the show next week. I have so much to say. Sean, why do you think Jackson showed that basement video to Brian Albert?
I believe he showed it because it's a message, a direct message over, a direct shot over the bow, right at Brian, right? And I think they have something. Yeah, you need to have her come on. I mean, there's some scuttlebutt about other stuff being said. I don't know.
Unmuted.
Hey, John.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, testified that you're certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies. Yes.
Now, when was it that you first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began?
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA coroner's office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes.
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him, was that
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both, okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regard to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some...
I don't know anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about this case, is that right?
Yes.
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time, yes.
You did at the time. What time was this?
In May.
May of 2024?
Yes.
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
It was either a 6-month subscription or a year. I don't remember.
That was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that, yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
Yes.
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months.
No.
Remember, not 6 months a year.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, Doctor?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6 month subscription or a 12 month subscription.
But in any event, you saw something, that's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustained to that point.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Now, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at
Objection.
Sustained. Yes.
Lali's making a big mistake here.
Oh, yes, he is.
He's attacking her.
I thought the injury to John's head was off topic.
He's bringing it all in.
Good.
But by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
So,
you got to check out my last Twitter post. I stole it from a close friend of mine. But if you look at it, it's beautiful.
I'll have to go.
It is beautiful.
Hang on.
I'm not that good, but I had to say it was stolen from a good friend of mine.
Sean McDonough. Where's the El Jefe, the legend himself? Here he is, Sean El Jefe McDonough. Oh my God! Right, let's do.
Is that beautiful?
Can I do this very quickly? Hang on.
Go ahead. It's beautiful. I wish I could say my friend's name, but he or she would kill me. So it is absolutely.
Have no fear. The truth is here.
Look at it. Look at this. Is that amazing?
That's fantastic.
I mean,
that's fantastic.
These people are so good when they come out. It's amazing.
I love it. I'm on chat. There's nothing happening. It's fine. Share screen. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good, actually.
So, my friend, you know who you are. I'm sorry I couldn't resist, but I'm not taking credit. Gotta give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, and just noticed Lali's gonna push her buttons now, and she's experienced, so I don't expect her to lose her cool or anything. I just think that Lali's gonna look like an idiot in a little bit.
Lali's drowning. He doesn't know. I mean, well, come on. He knew this was going to turn very, very bad. What's he going to say when the doctors get up there? The PhDs. Come on.
Then he's absolutely
Jesus.
done. I mean, also somebody said a message just now that Plevin is ranting about Morrissey not supporting Lali enough and stuff like that. You know, but it's like, you know, what can you do in it? What can you do?
Hey, Plevin, it's because of Morrissey, you fool. That's why this case is going on. It's because of Morrissey.
Yeah.
They don't get it. They don't. These idiots just don't. They're all mofos. They're all mofos. I'm gonna have to put them all in the same category now. They're all
mofos. Thank you, Shari.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Shari.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Now, doctor, you testified that you had some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar again.
This is like, what's Lally doing now? They just had the cyber.
Yeah, he's going to try to get her, crossed up on her knowledge of things, and he's whatever NAF is what he said, National Forensics. Yeah, all right. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's going to try and make her look stupid and try to discredit her and say, well, she's too old. She's not done autopsy since 1990 something. Do you know what I mean? But you don't lose that knowledge, Sean.
No, of course you don't. It's like riding a bike. Come on. Yeah. But the thing is, all the defense needed to do was tell the jury, when you look at these photos, it's okay to think it's a dog bite. That's what they did.
You are unmuted.
Go, little G.
So, ma'am, you're not familiar with that report, specifically as it applies to forensic odontology?
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
The National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology.
I'm not familiar with that specific report, no.
So then you equally unfamiliar with the representation that is not from the NAS report, that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
There are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific, and that's what I'm aware of, that recommendation.
You're not aware of any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence?
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report, are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it also, talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
But what specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
First question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
Mr. Lally, let the witness answer one question at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Okay. Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
neurovascular damage, is that right?
Yes,
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at, is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
You skewed population in a study, is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no?
Yes.
Skewed population in the study.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
We skewed the, did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking if it's normal, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer responsive to the question.
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
It's sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
So from your observations, you looked at various photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No.
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
Nothing that identified as a dog bite or scratch.
On his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes. So minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, for the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? I didn't. What kind of examination? Phone?
Any of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC Davis?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
You saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on the swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the
Okay.
clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body.
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory,
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
to the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior?
Interior? That's correct.
And nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm?
That is correct.
And nothing on his legs?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso?
Correct.
Nothing on his head, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe, is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but, okay.
Oh, man.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question is no. Next question.
So is it your testimony that from reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there, you're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking you is.
All right, so Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
Right now.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin. And from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before. You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Are you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion in this case?
No.
But you did anyway.
It's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Please report.
Go ahead.
Concerning the forensic odontology report, the NAS report that Mr. Lally asked you about, what is your understanding about the report as it pertains to identifying individuals who left a bite mark? Explain that to the jury, please.
I believe the report says that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like a fingerprint identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. NAS said, not the bite mark, doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with the pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
You were asked several questions about the injuries that you saw and studied attended to highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've reviewed at least a report, if not a series of reports, that indicate that a particular dog has an attack history, correct?
Yes.
You were asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? Remember that question?
I remember a question like
And
that.
you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes.
Can you finish that answer for us?
Yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, your ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you tell the jurors at the end of the day, what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
I don't know what that is, Dana. I don't think you did. You might have got one held, maybe, Dana. So yeah, I don't know what this. Why won't they just let her say? This is my conclusion.
Must be very detrimental to their case.
Yeah, I
Who
know. I know.
knows? I mean, it's such an embarrassment. It really is. It's an embarrassment. Oh well.
It's all good though. With the jury now, anyway.
Yeah.
Dana says, "I think I got one of my posts deleted. My apologies if I let my emotions get the best of me." Look, people get their emotions sometimes. I don't know if you did, Dana. You're much loved in this chat, and you're much loved with me and this channel, Dana. So do not feel the need to apologize. We all lose our emotions sometimes, Sean. You know, hey, look at this man, right? This man lost his emotions sometimes.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
I love that.
And that was before the trial. That was months before the trial.
Yeah.
That was in January.
And now it's all fucking mofos.
All that stuff. Yeah, I'm getting creamed.
I loves it. But yeah.
I said, you know, that Tuesday, oh my God, you're saying this. Well, you know, think about what John must have felt like when he's getting his head bashed in, you know? Pretty bad.
Thank you. No more questions.
You are unmuted.
Mr. Lally, you had no more questions?
No, yeah.
Okay. All right, doctor, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
Lunch break now, I imagine.
All right, jurors, we will take our luncheon break.
Court, all rise for the jury.
We'll just see, Sean, in case there's anything here.
Sure. Sure.
But again, good witness. You know, go over what she needed.
It's going to redirect. I mean, really, when you think about it, most people who saw these photographs automatically went to, this is not a car. This was not done from a car. Now you have a medical doctor.
I just wanted to clean up this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
What did he say? I didn't hear that.
It's Richard Green.
Oh, well, they go with the big guns then.
Oh, right in. I mean, they're pulling out all the punches.
And he'll be back Monday. There's no way to finish with him today.
Right.
No, I muted him already. Ha ha! Unlucky son.
Yeah. So, you know, like I said, Dylan, I mean, this is how a case should go. You know, they wasted valuable time, the Commonwealth, on protecting the McAlberts. And, you know, their case is a hit and run case.
Yeah.
The McAlberts had nothing to do with the hit and run. And they gave everything they needed to the agency that is investigating, not the hit and run. That's the thing I'm saying. You know, my mind gets convoluted between this case and the case that's going to happen. That's the way I'm looking right now.
That's what we've been waiting for, is the one that's about to happen now. Even though it doesn't have to happen now, but they're doing it because they're doing the right thing. But I think they also, I'll just be honest, I'm glad that we're seeing this, because hopefully the Keefs now get to see, hang on, you know, these are actual experts that are saying all these things, not the pretend experts that were on a 3-week course and stuff.
And the biggest supporters of that side are not talking about the evidence now. They're talking about, oh, why did Karen have to call her folks? Why did Karen do this? Hey, listen, they got nothing else. They don't have anything to hold their hats on.
Yeah.
They were lied to. They bought into something that they were oversold on. And now they have nothing. They don't have anything.
They go nothing. Hang on, we get to the court here. You obviously lunchtime now, Sean. You want to drop off?
Okay, my friend.
And we'll get back in about.
What are you going to do? You're going to do
30.
a little a little.
Well, Di might come back, and if Di comes
good.
back, I'll stay
All right.
on. If not, I'm going.
Yeah, I'm going to I'm going to do something productive. I'm going to get ready for tonight's show and get that all done. So I can have a little pool time with Susanna when she gets back. So
there you go. So I'll see you in. Well, we'll see you in what 40 minutes or something.
I'll be listening in. So
no worries.
Okay, my friend.
I'll catch you, buddy.
You got it.
Thanks, mate.
You got it. Bye.
Right, we'll just do this now then. See Karen leaving the court. Oh.
Rob, I'll be here, my friend. You know where I'm going to be. And there's Aiden.
We'll see if Aiden's got something to say as well. Aiden's on the phone. Oh, what a day, people. What a day. What a great day for the defense. Mecky. Hey, Mexi. How you doing, my darling? Hope you're well.
A lot of people down there in the line.
Do you know what, Lula's mum, right? I'll say this, right? I like Jesse. I like Jesse, right? I got no issues with Jesse. I'll tell you now.
Yeah, a little bit. A lot of wind. Good, how are you?
Very well. What do you think? I think it's pretty. Yeah. Thank you. You look beautiful. We love
Look at this, like.
Nice job, Karen.
So, Dr. Russell, I just
So that is lovely.
Good job, bud, huh? There you go. There you go.
So just to explain as well, Lulu, but I know what you mean here. I do not hate Jesse. I do not hate Jesse, by the way, people. What it is he keeps coming up as so you know when you're waiting, you're talking, and all of a sudden somebody just jumps out on you. That's what Jesse does to me. He keeps jumping out on me all the frigging time. So I don't hate him at all. I think he's actually he's one of the better ones there. Right, let me put Don't Crime up. Yeah. Hey, hey, Potty Mouse got it. I just don't like the jump, the scare thing. That's what I don't like. Oh, it gets me every time as well. It could be anybody. Do you know what I mean? Right, let's put this up here. Everybody. What's that, Lulu? My shirt. It's got from the merch store. Merch store. This is a. You see, El Jefe, El Chappy, Free Karen Reads. I know I did the back way there, but it's inverted. Hey, Frosty. How we doing? Your wife's got, hey, Frosty. What do I sing? I now feel the pressure. I don't know what to sing now for Frosty. If it's a birthday, it's fine, but it's not a birthday, so I don't know what to call her. Frosty, I don't know, Frosty. See you later, everyone. Let's go and take a lunch break. I'm actually going to take a lunch break because Di's gone to take his kids to the train station. I don't know of a song, Tony. I don't know of a song. I can't. Too much pressure right now. Too much pressure. But Frosty, we love you. And you've got a very intelligent husband right there. He speaks very highly of you when you're not in chat. See, that's only brownie points. Ape says, was the dog former police dog? Allegedly, I believe. The belly needle, I don't know that one. Right, I think Di probably doesn't come back, so I'm going to actually take lunch for once because... Oh, before I take lunch... Oh, Tony, hang on. She can have this instead. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. There you go. Hey, Frosty! How we doing, Frosty? Lovely to see you, my darling. Lovely to see you here. See you. I thought, Tony, you've been well behaved recently. Is this why, Tony? Is this why? Oh, when Keith's on a rampant thing, I just leave it. Keith, I love you, but when you're going on a rampage, I just leave you. I don't look at it, Keith. It's all good. Frosty has me on a leash. Don't give him an inch. I love it. I love this. Oh, I loves it. Right, everybody. I think I'm going to go pop off for lunch. Keith. G. Kelly. Howdy. How are you doing, G. Kelly? How are you doing? Hope you're well. Oh, as I say, it's been a fantastic day today. Fantastic day. Oh, Hoslock, yeah, thank you. That was the truth. I believe you, Frosty. I believe you. Which case are you doing after curry? Actually, let's have a look. I think I'm doing. Let's look at the timing here. Press the right, press the bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, 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 da, bum. Ooh, crap. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba. Let's take a look. So Sarah Boone's cancelled, so no longer Sarah Boone. Oh, so it depends. On June the 25th, we've got the ballerina murder trial, the self-defense one, but I don't think this is going to be done by June. It's definitely going to be done by June 25th, but I'm not sure. Yes, 140, Lisa, 140. The Black Swan was what I was thinking, but that starts on Tuesday, so I doubt it. It's probably going to be the boy in the box. Maybe. I don't know. Depends when this finishes, people, I think. So if this one finishes, they allege this one's going to be done next week. What date is it? 21st? 21st. Jeepers creepers. I thought the 4th was next week. So we should be done by the 28th. We probably have a verdict by the 28th, which means, yeah, so it might be the Black Swan one, playing catch-up, maybe. I'm not doing Baldwin, Stefan. I'm not doing it, actually. I was watching just now. Potentially Criminal was doing it. He's covering it today. And Emily D. Baker is. And on that note, here we go. Here he is, legend himself. Di the Druid.
I'm here.
How are we doing? You right?
I'm good, mate. Had to rush round like I just on a 20-mile round trip to the railway station.
It's all good. I was saying to people, if Di's not back, I'm going to take a break. And literally, you came. So I was like,
and I'm shouting at my phone. I'm nearly home. So I pulled over and typed it. I'm 2 minutes away and jumped back on.
It's all. I wasn't sure because it's one of these things that you could have been delayed or whatever. So it didn't matter anyway.
Bearing with me. Listen, I've got something to say. And I was thinking about this coming back on the way home. You were mentioning before about all the time wasting that went on and calling all the nothing burger witnesses, the birds from Aruba, and the people who were in the waterfall that night, and all those other people. I have been saying for months now, the 3 key pieces of evidence: Hoslong to dying cold, dog bites on the arm, Lucky Loughran saying there was no body on the lawn. 3 critical. One of them, every one of those is an acquit, in my humble opinion. Who are the defense coming out with? First 3 witnesses, all guns blazing. First witness, Lucky Loughran. Second witness, dog bites. Third witness, I believe, is going to be Richard Green.
Yeah, it is.
Probably going to be able to prove better than Ian Whiffin that Jen Horseface McCabe absolutely 100% Googled Hoslong to dying cold at 2:27 and 40 seconds that morning.
Yeah.
We're done. People, it's over.
I love that line with him as well. No, I agree with you. I'm quite surprised they've done it this way. Not that shocks me, but they've gone big gun, big gun, big gun. It's like, let's not mess about.
The 3 most case-destroying witnesses. Why not just chuck them in at the start?
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Kate. No, I don't disagree with it. And this is why the defense case is so short, because they're just like, we're just going to put the big guns out there. Bang, 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 bang. Done.
Absolutely.
And rest. Because we saw with how, I'm not sure if you saw it, but how Lally treated that doctor, just
shameful.
now.
Shameful.
He's not going to win over any friends by doing that.
Did she, this is just when I was driving home, but did she actually get to say her conclusion in the end?
No. So they went to sidebar.
Outrageous.
But I think in the end, I think it was a compromise in the end, because obviously Lally would have come back and said more stuff. But the compromise, I believe, in the end was, right, let's end it here. No more questions.
She mentioned it halfway through anyway. So
everyone knew what it was.
And her testimony is not in question. They absolutely established her expertise as seeing over not just nearly 1,000 dog bites, but 1,000 hospitalizations, serious dog bites. They weren't just nips and scratches.
No.
That's what when she was talking about the skewed data, she was saying all the ones I see are bad ones. That's also she meant by the skewed data. She doesn't see very simple single scratches, single nips, because people don't go to the hospital with them.
It's surprising because everyone picked up on that.
And as to whether she's seen one particular study, what the hell was that Lally was going on about?
This woman has researched thousands upon thousands upon thousands of documents.
Absolutely.
She's not going to remember what was done in 2008 or whatever it was. It's like, it's impossible.
What Lally was trying to say was, the conclusions of that study was, you couldn't identify a specific animal. It's not like a fingerprint. And I was getting the gist of that just from the questioning and the testimony. And I think she was familiar with that actual research, just hadn't read the full paper. And he was saying, can you tell which dog it was from the bite? That's what he was trying to.
Yeah.
But no, that wasn't what he was asking. He was saying, have you read the paper? Have you read the paper? Therefore, you can't know about it. But you can still have general expertise without reading one specific paper. And this is clearly what this was saying was, yes, you couldn't say, and the same with humans, you couldn't say, unless it was absolutely a crystal clear, unique bite mark, that it was from a specific person. But you could still say it was definitely a bite mark. And that's why she was going, what's the relevance of this? And she looked puzzled because she said, I'm not trying to identify the specific dog, is she? She didn't actually say it in so many words. But Lally was like saying, well, if you haven't read that paper, you don't know anything about dog bites. What?
Shut up, Lally. There's a question here. I hadn't thought about this question. Sea Dog's very intelligent. So when Sea Dog's sober, well, when he's sober, he's very intelligent, actually. I wonder if they'll call Trooper Prince. She obviously wasn't in the MSP Bro chat and may have a different view of the investigation. I hadn't thought about that.
She is on the list. I understand.
Yeah.
One of them, I can't remember exactly. There was something different about her report very early on in the case. And I'm pretty sure she saw something in the Sally Port or may have witnessed something there, may have just been to do with who was in attendance. And it may just be establishing, along with the key cards, that Higgins and Proctor and Berkowitz were all in the Sally Port at the same time.
Yeah.
But there was something about the report she wrote as well, but I can't bring it to my full. There was something she put in her report that none of the other troopers did. And I believe she's now working for Boston PD. She isn't at Canton PD anymore.
Okay. Well, it'd be interesting to hear what she's going to say, you know. On it. I did see your message. I don't know what it means, though. My TV sent me a message saying, on the court's numbers, exaggerated, that would be over 91 million, 90 million foot-pounds of force dude would have exploded. Of the car, you mean, yeah? Basically, I believe mighty meters means that, you know, the force of John with a car.
Yeah, I think what he's saying is, if the amount of force needed to shatter one of those polycarbonate lamps, if that force is exerted by the human body on the lamp or on the lens, then that lens is exerting the same force on the human body, and that much force to soft tissue would do untold damage. And let's face it, John did not have any injuries other than the dog bites below the neck. Oh, the knuckle wounds that, again, Lally determined to keep out. And I understand, like Sean said, he's desperate for it not to be said because his case is falling around. Well, it's been falling around his ears for weeks, but it got 10 times worse today with genuine testimony.
I think also, though, he thought there was a win he had today because he got her to testify that there was no blunt force injuries there. But she was meaning about the whole, the scratches, the dog bite. She doesn't mean the hand and stuff, Lally. I know he's going to use that now. Going, well, their expert said there was no blunt force trauma. Yeah, for the fucking dog bites, not for the hand and stuff like that. But Lally was even lying, saying you had your subscription for 18 months. No, she said 6 months in the Vordaia. But whatever. There's a few people saying
trial. He's lied about
everything.
Back in good time from labs and things like that. He's lied about the sending of discovery evidence. He's won a Weasley dishonest, despicable campaign. And he is incompetent, but he's also corrupt as well.
No, I agree. Well, it's interesting. So we're teeing it up here now, right? We got green this afternoon, but that's not even the key. It's going to be key for the hostel. Can you imagine when these reconstruction experts come in, These are going to they're going to demolish Lally.
Absolutely.
Demolish him.
I mean, these guys are absolutely at the top of their field. And again, this is why Lally was objecting, didn't want them, brought the voir dire on, trying to get them excluded by any means possible. But these guys are world-leading authorities. And their testimony is going up against whose? Trooper Joseph Paul, possibly the worst expert witness ever to testify in the history of criminal trials. Dear Lord, they will atomize him. These guys know so much about the biomechanics, the mathematics, the kinematics, and they will describe it and they'll say, look, this is what we see from normal road collision injuries. We see injuries to the knees and legs because that's where the bumper usually strikes. Then we see upper torso injuries with the impact with either a rear window if it's in reverse, but usually the vehicle's traveling forward. So the body will then fall headlong onto the bonnet. Then you see head injuries from where it hits the windscreen or the roof of the vehicle. You see injuries all over. And they're going to say, do you ever see, and Jackson always has to say, so what, if anything, is typical about the injuries to Officer O'Keefe regarding a road traffic incident. And they'll say, these injuries resemble no road traffic accident we have ever seen.
Yeah.
And we've done thousands and thousands and thousands. This was not only that, the damage to the vehicle, which they are also experts in, they'll say that damage wasn't caused by a body, and they'll say the damage to the body wasn't caused by a vehicle. They're two different things. And again, it's just more nails in the coffin of this appalling, disgraceful, corrupt prosecution.
Check out Microdot's teaser about Lucky. Everyone watch it. I can't play it because if it's got any kind of music on it, I get copywritten and I have to then delete it, and I'd have to delete the whole segment. I don't want to do that.
Do you not get any copyright for your singing then?
No, I'm fine. They say I'm too good. Do you know what I mean? Show Di some love and sub up to the Druid. There's his YouTube. Thank you, Mexi, for that. Hang on, Di. Let me change you up here. I put you up down there. There we are.
It's mainly videos. There's one of me throwing darts and the rest of me playing the guitar and singing badly. So enjoy.
There you go. There you go. People say play it muted. I can do. I mean, I can play it muted if you want me to. No issues there.
You get close. You see captions at the bottom.
I don't even know what it is, what he's done for it, you know. So I can also post a link towards it because we love Microdots here. So hang on, let me just do this. So if you want to play the whole thing yourself, people, this is a link.
Buzzsaw 629 says, "Say what you really mean, Druid." Yeah, try stopping me. That's one thing I don't do.
He's a right darling. Buzzsaw is. Do you know who Buzzsaw is? Do you remember Big D Dog? Big D Dog. He changed his name.
Oh, right. I've seen the name before.
Big D Dog. Yeah, he tried to stump me. I was like, no, darling, I got you, babe. Right, let's. That was the link for that. This is now the link for. I'll play the video for you guys. You can see it on mute. So I'm not sure but it'll give you good representation. Hang on. Stop screen, present, show screen. Bear with me 2 seconds. Here you go. Lots of nicknames over the years. I bet you have. Di's a legend. Love him, Steph. Good day, Sheila. Right, here we go. hostelhotodiecold.com. He's so creative. It's unbelievable. There you go. That's the video.
Super. And listen, fair play. He got himself some work from the defence as well, as because he's so good at what he does. Brilliant. Fair play to him.
Why wouldn't they? People are like, oh, they pay him. Yeah. Why wouldn't you? When you got also, when you got, why would he do it for free? Do you know what I mean? It's like the trolls are so stupid. Yeah. Why would he do work for free? You know.
Why would he volunteer? You know. That's what
he probably
does.
would.
You know, it is work for him. He spends a lot of man hours doing it. Why would he not expect to be paid for doing, and it's such a good job as well? Absolutely.
He probably would do it for free because he's such a nice guy, but he should never ever be doing anything for free.
Don't sell yourself short, Richie. If they're paying you for doing it, quite right too.
Absolutely. I would love to have that skill set. I don't even know how to do it. Doing half the stuff that he does.
Wouldn't know where to start.
No, not do I. And I could Google it, but it still wouldn't, you know. When you got a talent, you got a talent. Do you mean like you
oh, sorry, go on. I'll tell you.
I was gonna say your talent is in chat, yeah?
Oh, God, yeah.
Did you see just now Dana Leonard was like, I must have lost my temper because I think one of my chat's got deleted. And straight away, like, don't worry, Di's got about 1 million deleted. It's fine. So it's all good.
Oh,
People.
God.
It's
Well, I
all
get a
good.
bit sweary, and if anyone, especially some of the trolls, you know,
Yeah, I know.
get
It's
rabid with them, and I don't give a damn what I say. You know, it's just words at the end of the day. You know, that's why the First Amendment is such a wonderful thing, because it's just words.
I went back to a previous stream the other day, and you were in chat, and I was looking at it, and I clicked your name to see your comments and stuff. Most of them are held. YouTube just hold them. We don't even see them. That YouTube says this message is on hold, and I looked at some of them. It's like effing this, bitch, slag. I'm just like, oh, fuck that. You're just off for one.
I didn't realize YouTube was censoring me. There's no point in being sweary if it's not going to see it. I'll have to just.
No, I don't even censor it. I think there's certain words that they YouTube themselves pick up on.
Yeah.
You know, and no, I think most of your chats come through, but there's a few that don't. I don't think.
Yeah, Steph
but
was asking what my professional background is. Well, I've
yeah,
done many.
go on.
The thing I did longest was I was a supply teacher in further education, teaching maths and engineering for a lot of years.
Oh, nice.
Became very, very disillusioned with education and walked away. And now I work for, I won't name my employer, but I work for a company that supplies gas cylinders, and mainly gas cylinders. Yeah. So
a bit different.
Well, it is, and CO2 for, you know, pubs and leisure. You know, anyone that uses CO2 to make fizzy drinks, stuff like that.
So, and not to name where you live, but I know you've mentioned it probably 100 times in chat anyway. But you moved from Wales to England. So when did you move?
A year dot. I've lived in the north of England since 1972. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
I've been in England for 52 years, and I'm 56. So do the maths.
No, fine. No, fine. I didn't realize that. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Tim says, I just supplied gas too. It went down the toilet.
Different
kind of gas. State says, I've driven to buy the house. The yard really is small. No way no one saw the body. Look up True Transparency Land. There's a reenactment. I mean, Aiden's done a reenactment as well. And and you've been there as well.
He did. On a dry, sunny day. And he couldn't get near 24 miles an hour. He couldn't keep the car straight. He couldn't stop hitting the curb. It's just the whole look, we all know they were going to try and make it look like a plow accident. In fact, that I think was in one of the initial comments. And obviously there was the cocktail glass. Maybe they were going to try and make it look like a domestic, and then the plow hit him. So I suspect Lucky Loughran knows that he might have been in the firing line to be fitted up for this himself. And I think that helps him, you know, in the face of townies, including his own relatives. There's one of his relatives, isn't it, who's on the Board of Selectmen in Canton.
Yes, there's one there.
Yeah, but fair play to him. He's come out and he says what he's seen. And that's all you can ask of a witness, isn't it? He's got
no, they're very good.
Yeah. And normally someone with Lucky, with Brian's background, too many Brians in this case, let's call him Lucky, would be expected to take the side of the townies and be part of, you know, any closing of ranks. But he's just gone up there and told the truth and said what he's seen, and fair play to him.
No, it takes guts, especially when you live in that town. You know what I mean? Let's not underestimate what he's just done there now.
Calvert have got him on, you know, he'll be in their sights for some backlash as a result.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that is, because he's such a nice guy. Do you know what I mean? He came across, he was just so truthful, and that's all you ask for from every witness, is that they're truthful.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at his body language and his verbal language, well, compared to that of the MSP troopers, who were all evasive and answered questions with questions. And when, you know, even someone like Guarino, when he said, when David Yannetti said to him, you'd agree with me that it's better to write a report nearer the time. And he said things like, well, you can't always write it nearer the time. That wasn't the question. The question was, it's better to write it near the time. Is it not? And he just wouldn't answer. Why don't you just say yes? That's the answer to that question.
That's true. Hello to Glenn as well from New Zealand. How are you doing, fella? Hope you're well. True Kiwi guy, Lucky Themes. I know he does. Before I forget, let's pull this up here. Hang on. Let me pull that, remove that one for a second. Oh, hang on. I've gone past it. Here we go. Hang on, people. There we go. So this is the Druid, everyone, out there in.
There's
out
me
there.
when I was September last year. Yeah, on the
So-
steps of Dedham Courthouse with my
This-
shirt.
You made the montage this morning. So this is. I had to just look
Oh,
this up.
no.
There you go. You were 5:24 on the montage. 5 minutes 24 minutes seconds in. So there you go. That's Di on the steps there, the courthouse. When you went
In my
last.
baseball shirt as well.
Uh,
Down well in Boston, they're all Red Sox fans there.
Okay, now I got you. Okay. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Hang on. Suzanne says, "Hey guys, that was my brother in the wheelchair that Karen stopped and said hello to. Oh, you missed it, Di. But Karen
Oh, I missed
stopped.
that, yeah.
The guy in a wheelchair with somebody, and the Karen stopped and said hello to them and stuff like that. That's really nice. That is." Frosty
Well,
just
the
ordered 3 shirts. Thank you, Frosty.
Behind that shirt, someone's commenting on my shirt there, saying I'm wearing the wrong sock shirt. I went to Fenway on the Saturday with Suzanne, who you sometimes see in the comments. She's just called Suzanne, and Turtle Cadet. I'm not using their. I'll just use their nom de plumes on chat. And yeah, we went to see the Red Sox versus the White Sox. It happened to be while I was out there, which was brilliant. And the White Sox won, which was even better. Not that they're winning much this year.
Frosty is the wife of Tony. Thank you very much, Frosty, for ordering 3 shirts. You're ready. You were my favorite anyway, Frosty, compared to Tony, but now you exceeded that by miles. So welcome to you, Frosty. Thank you, and thank you to everyone that's purchased any merch. Please let me know if you have, because I don't get told by the third-party people. So thank you very much, everyone. Heather, so another one. So you see Heather Taylor, you interact with her quite a bit, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know her at all. You just linked us together because we're both famous for our potty mouths and use of colloquial sweary language, even though apparently half mine don't get through the YouTube filter.
I don't think it's hers either. Don't worry. It's all good, Frosty. Tony, I'm sorry, friend. I'm sorry.
Hey, by the way, when I was driving back, you were going Frosty, and you couldn't come up with a song. And I was actually in the car going Frosty the Snowman.
I couldn't think of the word. It did go in my head. It did. I was just like, I don't know the words. I was like, oh, I can't make one up right now. It's like, it's been 5.5 hours in the stream. So obviously compared to you, Di, my voice is not as good, but you for people who
Listen,
know,
you can take the boy out the valleys, but you can't take the valleys out.
Oh, hang on. I removed you for a second. Say it again, Di.
I said you can take the boy out the valleys, but you can't take the valleys out the boy.
That's true. That's true. And that's why you do a lot, though. You enjoy singing, don't you, Di?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I do. I love my music.
And if you go follow Di on YouTube, that's what you'll see a lot of that. And I obviously, we're friends on Facebook now. I love it because I get to see you in the pubs strumming.
You've seen birthday party sing-alongs and stuff like that as well.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Honestly, I do love it. So, and without going into any details about your family, but some people you married, children, stuff like that.
I'm on my second marriage. I got 5 kids, 3 from the first time and 2 step kids from the second time around. I'm a very content man, sir. I live in I live in Cheshire in the northwest of England now,
which is nice.
Yeah, it's about 35 miles south of Manchester, but literally I'm in the middle of nowhere. So I've got farm fields all out the back of my house. There's maybe, 70 houses in the little tiny village where I live and 1 pub. And then the nearest big town is about 4 miles one way. Smaller town with shops about 1.5 miles the other way. Love it, mate. Love it.
No, it sounds nice as well. And Chester, I love that kind of area as well, so
25 miles, pretty much.
I know where you are. I do want to name the place, that's all. Yeah.
I'm nowhere to hide really. I'm near the nearest medium-sized town is Nantwich. The nearest big town is Crewe.
So I used to travel to Manchester now and again, so I always Nantwich crew, changing crew.
Crew.
Hostel,
In a way, when you first say where you're from, you always say Crewe because it's the nearest big town.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah,
get used to Nantwich.
First thing everybody says, I went through it on a train.
I do not know his PO box. Sorry, he hasn't got one. So no, Sean has not got one. People, he does not have one. And Nunya says I had English soccer coaches when I was younger. Interesting. There's a lot of English people that go out to do summer camps.
Yeah, I knew people when I was a young man who'd go out and teach soccer, association football at the summer camps out there. You know, it's bigger now. Obviously, the game's taken off a lot more in North America. I'm talking about in the sort of mid 80s, late 80s. And yeah, loads of British people used to go over and teach soccer at summer camps. But I guess nowadays there'll be local people who'd be doing it because the game's it's grown quite a bit since then.
No, I know. And also the other question I have for you, Frosty, I agree with you, Frosty, by the way. I love Frosty already. She's one of my favorites. Obviously there's going to be a possible trip now to Boston. I'm up for going out. I know you said you might be up for.
I'd love to go back. I would, but this time I'd have to at least take the wife and possibly the kids. That's all. My wife's got cousins who live in Massachusetts, and in fact, I met up with one of her cousins when I was out there, and we got roaring drunk one afternoon. It was tremendous.
I can imagine. It'd be great to have a gang of us going out and wives and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's part of that experience as well. Do you know what I mean? So, Stace, no, I don't. Stace, I don't. But it is because there's nothing wrong with your wife going out with your children. It's that kind of family experience. Because I want to go out there and go to March. I want to experience all these things, and I imagine it's something new for your wife, for your children to be like.
Yeah, she hasn't seen her cousin since they were young girls. 30 years probably.
There you go.
They're in touch all the time on social media and what have you, but they're quite close in terms of the distance range. But I know they're dying to see each other.
Ask him if he can get one or business address where you can get. The trouble is, Hostler, they cost a lot of money to get a PO box. That's the problem, and I don't think Sean wants one. Sean's a very humble guy. He doesn't like fuss and stuff like that. So I don't think he would ever consider getting one. But I could be wrong. But I could ask him, Hostler, but I don't think he would. Tony says, if you make it out to Boston, we'd love to say hello. If you're up to it, I can leave Frosty here. No, that's all right. Frosty, I'll be in touch, Frosty. So this is the thing, though. The hardest bit about coming out to Boston, is everyone's so gracious. Everyone's so nice. Everyone's like, come and meet me here. It's like, well, I can't. Boston's a big place. I can't go everywhere.
More people and meet them. I missed, some people I missed. Some people couldn't make it. We had a gathering. We had 30 odd people on a Saturday night. In a boozer in Milford, and we got again nicely toasted. Aiden came down, 30 odd turtle riders, had a cracking night in fairness, but there were other people who couldn't make it, and I was there for a week, and some people just weren't available. Ernie, I don't know if you see Ernie's name sometimes in the comments. Him and I are in touch all the time, and literally I was a few hundred yards from his shop where he works one day, and I didn't know. And if I'd known, I could have walked round the corner and at least said hello, And another girl, I haven't seen her in the chat for ages, but another turtle rider I used to talk to in the chat. And she was like, I think from the photos I took one day, she said, I think you walked past the shop where I worked today, because I'd taken photos of buildings that were right by where she worked. And I didn't know.
You don't. Yeah, you don't. It's unbelievable.
Be nice to get another chance to catch up with those I did meet and those I didn't.
No, I agree.
I did go to the waterfall, and my friend who I was staying with, Turtle Cadet, and I drank beer, and we watched American football and ate chicken parm.
I love American football, I'm obsessed with it.
The rugby on, and there were some Irish guys in there, and they wanted the rugby on because Ireland were playing in the World Cup that lunchtime. And they tried to get it on one of the tellies. They just didn't have the channel. So we had to watch. So in the waterfall, it's like at one where the bar is, not the table area. there's tellies all around it, round in a big circle. And they've got different sports on different tellies. And they thought we could just get the rugby on one of them. And I'd got Turtle Cadet into rugby while I was there. He loves it now. Happy days. And yeah, they tried to get it on the channel, and there were these two Irish fellas there, clearly Canton residents, but they were going, Jesus Christ, with the Irish are playing today, get them on. It was strong Irish accent still.
Yeah, that's
but
great though.
US football, it was college football on all of them. Yeah,
I love college football as well. And before Vanessa says, if you want to go to Boston, which I really think you deserve to, I'll chip in for your flight. I'm sure many would. Thank you very much for that. I will probably do a Griff stream of some sort. Erin Hack's going to arrange one for me. Once we get to 10k subscribers, if people want to help donate, they can. If they don't want to, that's fine. We'll still have some fun. But it's the flights aren't that bad. It's the freaking accommodation, Di. That's what's expensive.
I mean, like I say, I stayed. I was very lucky to be made a guest of Turtle Cadet, and he let me stay at his. And then on the last night, went over and had dinner and stayed at Suzanne's, and then she got me back to the airport on the day I flew home. Brilliant. So everyone was so accommodating and helpful. But what we've said next time is, my wife's cousin Nicole will, as long as we let her know in plenty of time, we can stay there. And that I can take the whole family then and stay at hers.
MJ, you'll be back on in about 5-10 minutes, I think, and a few of you asked 5-10 minutes for court. Hippie Chick likes that as well.
To Richard Green. I mean, it's getting on for what now? It's about 7:15 in the UK. So I'll be ready for I've had a long day in the office, and I'm ready for a couple of cold ones in the old nuclear sub, in the battle cruiser. But I'm going to take my phone with me, and I'm going to have a listen. I'm going to have my earpiece. I'll have my Bluetooth ones in. I use the wired ones when I'm on here because the Bluetooth ones keep cutting out when I'm trying to talk. So I use the wired ones, which I think might be a bit loud, to be honest. But there you go.
No, that's fine.
But I'm going to keep in touch with the testimony for the rest of the day. Absolutely. I'm really, really looking forward to Richard Green demonstrating beyond a reasonable doubt that Jennifer McCabe definitely Googled Hoslong to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. And then, people, it's over. Elvis left the building.
Left the building. I love it. I love it, Di. You right to stay on for a couple more minutes, or do you want to dart off?
As long as you need me for.
Joseph says, I seen Karen as guilty until I tuned into onto Sean's channel. There you go. There you go. Which is fine.
Active as a retired law enforcement officer is invaluable. He knows the inner workings of how these organizations work, and he's a straight up and down guy. He's not going to mince his words, and he knows how these operations take place. He knows how proffers work. He knows that sometimes the investigation takes longer than people want it to, and that's why federal investigations have something like a 97% conviction rate. Because they don't mess about. They don't go to trial until they're ready and they've got the evidence to nail them.
No, I agree. Hoslong says, yeah, you two, what if we want to send you all the American Reese's bars? I'd love that. Or like if you get an Amazon account. Yeah, I could do an Amazon account. It's more the shipping from the UK to the US and the US back to the UK. This is why I don't encourage people to send me anything, because it's like the shipping cost is so expensive, people. But I always thank you, Hoslong. Thank you, everybody that's offered to send me stuff. I really appreciate it. It's too expensive, people. I could do an Amazon thing. I did actually do one, but again, I hate stuff like that. But people are so generous; they always ask, to send me stuff. It's like,
my free shirt. Somebody got it for me. I said, look, just get it for me in America. I'll give you the money for it, but don't send it. I'm coming. By that time, I was already coming to Massachusetts. I said, when I meet up with you, I'll just give you the cash for the shirt and whatever, but don't pay the shipping to the UK.
Yeah, the shipping costs more than the actual the gift.
This one, my TB Live, that was a freebie from Aidan. He sent me my
there
big
you
old.
Go.
It's no good in the summer because it's too heavy, but that's been to the Principality Stadium. That has this shirt.
You obviously watched my stream with Aidan and stuff, and
I did. I thought it was pretty good actually.
he gave you a shout out as well, and he said he might come to the UK. Because I think that lots of people would, meet up with him if he came to the UK. Personally, I think a lot of people would.
Definitely. And he says it's next on his list. And obviously, London Laura is one of his biggest helpers. She does so much behind the scenes for him. And I was the second British turtle rider. She was number one.
Yeah.
And like I say, she does so much for him behind the scenes. And absolutely, if he comes to the UK, that'll be absolutely one of the people he visits. And I wouldn't expect him to come from London up to where I live, which is 3 hours away. I'd go to London and meet up with them rather than the other way around.
Yeah, I think if he did meet up, if he did a meet up either in London or outside of London somewhere, people would go. Do you know what I mean? They would go.
Yeah. Oh, people from the and there's more and more, especially since the Canton cover-up series of stories started. His audience has gone from 2 Brits to dozens, if not hundreds. Obviously you're British based, so you're more likely to get a British audience. But yeah, you've got a real broad mixture across the globe, and Aidan has now his audience is a lot more international than it ever was.
Well, I used to. Most of mine have always been Americans, but now I've got people from Australia, UK. Yeah, obviously, I always had some UK people, but
American trials and
it's American trials. That's all I cover is American trials. So
televised, and it doesn't happen in the UK. We don't get so it's easier for you to, if you want to do that sort of viewing and analysis. You've got live footage from America, which you just don't get in the UK.
No, so you don't do it. This is why it's been great to meet so many new people from the UK around, and hopefully they stick around. Hopefully a lot of these guys stick around as well. Katie says, I used to live in Blackburn, just up the road from Crewe.
I've been to Blackburn. It's a good hour and a bit from me, but I've played darts in Blackburn. I've watched darts in Blackburn. I've watched soccer in Blackburn. Yeah, I've been there 3 or 4 times. Yeah.
And Lisa says, I feel clever and confident that I know the truth. They're opposing facts to be noticed. Everyone brings them up. Ever heard of bad publicity? Publicity keeps them current. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Kevin was in the Free Karen Reid camp, but no one was interested in him because he was so boring. So he figured the easiest thing was to take the contrary view and be a small fish in a big pond rather than
and get some core TV.
Pond.
No, I agree. And MJ as well. MJ is a big supporter of mine as well. MJ, we love you, MJ. Thanks, buddy. I'm just thinking, is there anything specific that you got left to say, Di, in the sense of about this trial?
Not really. The big one I wanted to get off my chest was look at the difference in the structure of the calling of the witnesses. Lally could have done that. He could have come in all guns blazing. He didn't have a lot of big guns, in fairness. But he started off with all the nothing witnesses. And clearly, from what the commenters who've been in the court themselves are saying, that by the time he actually got to the people who'd collected the tail light and actually said, we found this on the lawn, whether that's true or not, and we know it isn't. Well, we know they found it there, but we know how it got there as well.
Mm-hmm.
By the time they got to those, the jurors were just fed up with Lally's droning, what if anything, questioning. But at least if he started off with something interesting, he perhaps could have got some of the jury on side, but he killed it. And then now the defense, are showing him how to structure a proper order of witnesses. We're just bringing out the big guns, and it's over. I know I keep saying it,
but it is. Elvis has left the building.
3 key ones were Hoslong, dog bites, Lucky Loughran, and they're the first 3 things that the defense is addressing. Good for them. Right too. He's blowing the Commonwealth well and truly out the water, and I'm loving it.
Vanessa, born in Portsmouth but now living in Yorkshire. Also, people
in the summer of when
Summer
was
of
it?
Love.
God Almighty, 2003. There you go, 20 years ago.
Thank you, Emma. Gary's back. Right, do not Google that man's name. Do not Google it because he's a disgusting, vile human being.
Firstly, they spelled the surname wrong anyway. It's only 1 L. And secondly, dead. And thank God.
Yes.
What a revolt.
Scumbag. Not Keith, the guy he references. They do back up. I thought it was 145 Harmony, but this is court. This is Aunt Bev. So, it could be anything.
They've still got half a litre of gin to finish.
How about Miss Little? She knocked out the park.
Who did she do the cross on?
Oh, yeah, she did. She's amazing. The ME, medical examiner.
Oh, she did Scordi-Belo.
Yeah.
I
She's
missed that.
amazing.
Sorry, that was I missed at work.
Oh, she's great. She was great. Just so calm, composed, and just she had the lingo down pat. It was great.
Brilliant. She hasn't had a lot to do in terms of talking, but she's the one who's bringing all the paperwork. She's got copies of everything. She's got it in order. She's got it in label. And Jackson and Yannetti goes like, I'd like to introduce this to evidence. Bam, it's there. She's been the hammer that knocks the nail in for those guys, to be honest.
She's obviously she's still learning. Well, everyone's learning as we all learn.
What a way to learn from those guys.
Great experience for her now, but also she's not just a great experience. She's played a big part in all this, as you say, with all the documents, stuff like that. But also she's up there with all the experts. She's holding herself. I think she's dominating a lot of the experts. She's also pre-hearing. She was up against Bev all the time. I think she's great. And I think a few more years she's going to be a top attorney in the US.
Do you know what? Yeah. Tony's just saying should watch it later on, and absolutely I will.
He's from
So
Crewe.
where am I from? I thought we'd addressed all that, but there we go.
I think she came in late.
All right, and I live in Cheshire now, and I have done. Apart from a few years, I lived in Birmingham when I was a student. Originally from South Wales in the valleys, I moved up to Cheshire in 1972. There you go.
Murph said, did you eat something before court returns? No, I have not, Murph. I've not eaten yet. I tend to try, and once the court comes back and Sean's back, I tend to grab the kitchen, grab something quickly. I come back and just put my camera off and eat. That's what I tend to do. I need to stretch.
Yeah, we don't want to watch that, frankly, mate.
No, I don't eat in front of the thing either.
A live audience.
I know. I don't. I sometimes I leave myself unmuted by accident. So I got booted twice yesterday, right, from YouTube.
Yeah.
Booted straight off my stream. So when I come back, so I always keep my stream muted, obviously for obvious reasons. But I did not realize after I come back that after you got booted, you come back and they unmute you automatically. So when I'm humming yesterday, I had no idea.
Going, mute yourself, you silly sod.
I wasn't even looking at the chat. His Aaron Hack messaged me. He was like, "You have me," and I was like,
Everyone was going. First of all, it started. What's that noise? And then more and more. Dylan, stop bloody humming!
I didn't realise because I'm always on mute.
And I knew you weren't aware because I could still hear you going.
Yeah. Also, it's Lali. So when it's Lali up there, I just switch off and I just start humming. Obviously, when Jackson, Yannetti, or Little are on there, I pay so much attention. There's no time to hum, So,
yeah.
And that's what I was doing. Other thing I was because obviously I've got to do montages every night. I do thumbnails, do the setup for the street. So when Lali's up, that's where I tend to do it. I was like, well, let's get these pictures lined up. Let's get this. Let's answer some emails. And obviously, when I'm doing that, I'm not looking at the chat. The chat's there, and I'm looking over here going.
Fucking funny.
I know. Well, Gary says brilliant though. I know. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. MJ, love you, fella. Thank you for that, mate. But yeah, I mean, look, when they say it's not going to take another week to die, by next Friday we could have a verdict.
Could be. To be honest, I know Jackson Asprey. That was the first bit I caught up with it today when he said, "Look, they've relied on Trooper Paul as the only witness testifying to the nature of the collision. It's thoroughly, it's been debunked. It's a load of nonsense. Throw this case out." And of course, Bev being Bev was never going to do that. She wants another couple of days in the spotlight. God, what an egomaniac. What a hack judge. She's from early pre-trial through to the present day. Nothing that she has exhibited exudes any fairness. She has held Halali's hand and helped him every step of the way and blocked and harried the defense. She's been so rude. She's never been once rude to Lally, and she's been rude to Jackson and Yannetti unprofessionally on dozens of occasions. She boils my pit, quite honestly.
I agree. Mrs. K says, please less ads when the trial's back. Mrs. K, just explain to people who thinks the ads. I don't control the ads. YouTube controls the ads, people. I can physically put them in if I want to, but I don't. I just leave YouTube to it. The only thing you can do, people, is to buy premium, which means you get ad-free. Then it's $18 a month, I believe. So I'm unfortunately, Mrs. K, I'm sorry to say, every streamer has it that is monetized, and it's totally out of my control. I do apologize. I wish I could do something about it. I just can't. And I cannot stream and not be monetized because this is my job, you know. So it sucks. It's YouTube sucks with monetization, but unfortunately, it's what they do. But I promise you, I do not put stuff in. Now, I'll be waiting for Bev to say, now can we hurry her up? I know. But also, how quick they're going through the witnesses, though. You know, the Lali's stretching.
Correct. Every witness. Where were you born? Where did you live for years? What's the bloody weather like? How much snow did you brush off the canopy? There was so much unnecessary questioning from like every bloody witness. At least he speeded up towards the end, and he must have been told, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this. Stop asking meaningless questions. But how many hours of time were wasted by hearing not just the career histories, but where they lived? And where did you live before you lived in Canton? Oh, I was in Stoughton. Oh, you know, it just irrelevancies. His job was to prove the case that Karen Reid maliciously ran over her boyfriend.
Here you go. Di, I know, Di, thank you, buddy. They're back. So take care, man. Thank you. I'll see you soon. All right, bud? Take care, boy. Oh, you muted yourself, Di. Take care.
Be well, Di.
Thank you, Sean.
Captain, the score's back in session. Please be seated.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Defense calls Richard Green.
Okay.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Take this.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, if you pull that microphone as close to your face as you can so your voice will be kept up, and I'd ask you to state your name and spell your last name.
Sure. Richard Green, that's Green.
And where do you live, sir?
I now reside in Coldwater, Michigan.
What do you do?
I own and operate a company called United States Forensics.
And what is United States Forensics?
Sure. We're a digital investigation firm. We have, we're licensed in Florida and Michigan, but we do cases across the country.
All right. And again, I'd ask you to keep your voice up only because we have an air conditioner there and we have jurors behind me that.
Okay.
I'll
do my best, sir.
Yeah, as best you can. Now, you are president of that company, sir?
I am.
In addition to managing the company, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I perform the majority of the investigations. I specialize in computer, cell phone, cloud, auto video, metadata media, surveillance systems, things of that nature.
Do you work in conjunction with others?
Certainly.
Describe that, please.
Certainly. Well, we do take cases from individuals. Prefer to take cases from attorneys. We've also worked with numerous public defenders. We've worked with a federal public defender. We've worked with law enforcement. So quite a variety of clientele.
Civil cases?
Yeah, civil and criminal. I would put it at about 60% criminals, 40% civil.
Okay. And on the criminal side, you've done both law enforcement and defense, correct?
Yeah, most of the law enforcement ones, though, have been more geared towards civil. It's when they had perhaps they were party to a suit and it was just improper for them to use their own experts. So that's where we've provided assistance.
Now, how long have you been involved in the field of data forensics?
Sure. Well, my first case and testimony was 28 years ago. I'm not even sure we called it data forensics back then, but that was 28 years ago. And then about 16 years ago, started the company United States Forensics and been full-time in the industry since that point.
All right. You'd mentioned that you'd actually testified for the first time 28 years ago. That would have been 1996, if my math is correct?
That's correct.
You were qualified as an expert witness at that time?
Yes, sir.
In order to have been qualified as an expert witness, you must have had experience before that?
Yeah, it was specifically in computers. We didn't do much with cell phones back then. By about a decade or so in computer IT, networking, we actually built a line of computers, a lot of repairs. So I was pretty deep into the computer IT world at that point.
Okay. And you say you formed your company in 2006?
Correct.
And you work full-time, part-time? What's your schedule?
It's been full-time ever since.
Would you describe for the jury, please, your educational background, your training, certifications, etc.?
Why don't we break it down into smaller segments?
Sure.
Okay.
First, with regard to the training that you've received.
Sure. So that would have to do with Association of Digital Forensics.
Well, that would more be your education, right? You received an associate's degree in digital forensics?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we start with education, since you did?
Okay, well, that was part of the work and more or less the formal training to get that degree. The certifications, which again, this all kind of goes hand in hand, but the certification training would be the CCE, which is Certified Computer Examiner from the International Association of Criminal Investigation Specialists. I also have a certification as a computer crime related investigator, cybersecurity, as well as computer first responder. The training aspects over the last 18 years on really a daily basis, when I've worked, I've participated in listservs, done research into the newest developments in the computer forensics, and really on usually a weekly basis, we'll target some training seminar. I found in this business, even if you took us like 6 months off, you would start to get behind in this business. It changes that rapidly, and you really need to do continual training.
Okay, and again, your voice trailed off a little bit at the end, so.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to keep reminding you, but I just want to make sure everybody hears. With regard to the amount, your caseload at USA Forensics, can you give the jury some idea of how many cases you handle on a yearly basis or have handled historically?
Yeah, we average, I'd say between 100 and 120 cases a year. We probably get inquiries to about 3 times that amount.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert witness in the area of computer forensics since that 1996 first appearance?
Yeah, we testified about 24 times in various state and federal courts.
Okay. And when you say various states and courts, is that state court, federal court, both?
Both.
Now, directing your attention to September of 2022, were you contacted by somebody to become involved in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Remember who that was?
I believe it was Miss Little.
What were you asked to do?
Well, there was 3 cell phones related to this case, and to provide relevance with the data on those phones as related to the incident on January 29th, 2022.
Okay, and were you aware of the owners of those 3 phones?
Certainly. It was Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, I'd like to ask you first, if I can, about John O'Keefe's phone. How did you receive the data from that phone, if you remember?
Yeah, we received what's called an image file, and that's a forensic term that we use. Essentially, it's a copy of the data that's encapsulated into a single file. In this case, it was a zip file.
Did you examine that data?
I did.
What were your goals during your examination of John O'Keefe's phone? What were you looking for?
Well, initially what was reported was the location data. We wanted to get an idea of when he had arrived and anything else that we could tell from that as far as location.
And when you say when he arrived, do you remember the location that you were asked to learn when he arrived?
Yeah, 34 Fairview.
In Canton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you able to determine as a result of your examination approximately when his phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road according to the location data?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do it?
Sure. Well, I say we, so that's proverbial we. I extracted the location cache data, which is stored in the on your phone, and it's in the certain location. We exported that out, and then we use a tool called CellHawk, and we import it in there, so it can take literally, thousands of data points, and automate that process to specific GPS locations, and just as importantly, the range of accuracy that location is reporting.
Okay. So according to the process that you underwent, what time did the location data indicate that John O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022?
So the first one right to the driveway was at 12:24 and 28 seconds.
12:24 and 28 seconds.
Correct.
Now, if I asked you to filter John O'Keefe's location data within an accuracy of 3 feet using CellHawk, could you try to do that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you try to do it?
I did.
When?
Last night.
Who asked you to do that?
You did, sir.
I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I placed that document before you. Could you familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done?
All right.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the CellHawk program. It has a kind of a central box here that says database settings, and this is where we apply a certain filter.
And what filter did you apply?
This was for the accuracy of less than or equal to 3 feet.
With regard to what?
Oh, John O'Keefe's location data.
Is that an exact? Is the data on that document exactly what you received when you used the CellHawk program to filter the data?
Yes, sir.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said objection.
So you need to give it to Madam Court Reporter.
I'm all flustered. Sorry. And if the witness could have that again.
Thank you.
With permission, I'd like to publish that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so, Mr. Green, what are we looking at?
Okay, so that is the screenshot from the CellHawk.
And what can you tell us about what you learned from that exhibit?
Well, yeah, I'll just use the pointer here, might help. You can see up in this part here, where this is where we apply the filter for 3 feet or less. That'd be the accuracy. And then it actually returns 0 results, meaning all of the data within there had an accuracy rating higher than that 3 foot. It could be 5 meters or 10 meters, but none of it was granular enough at a 3 foot or less accuracy level.
Oh, and if you had inputted accuracy of within, say, 500 feet, What would you find?
Yeah, you would see then a large number of circles, each circle representing the meters that the accuracy would be related to. What's really important to understand, though, is you don't want to look at just the middle of the circle. That accuracy indicates it could be anywhere in the circle. So if you saw one and it encompassed 2 or 3 houses, you could only draw that inference of somewhere in that circle. So it's kind of like how the hurricane, they say don't just look at the cone, right? Because it could be different than that. Also, the accuracy, this is Apple's best guess of what the accuracy is. So it could actually be different than that. It's Apple is using a number of services, and they're giving back the best estimation that they can for the accuracy.
Okay, so we've talked about the location cache data and where it put John O'Keefe's phone in terms of arriving at 34 Fairview, but was there also Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone during that time?
Certainly, yes.
Is Apple Health data generally accepted within the forensic science community as being reliable?
Well, the Apple Health data comes from something called HealthKit, but it's integral to the iOS system. So anyone that has an iPhone probably seen Apple Health data, and it's known to have extremely valuable data that the forensic tools work with and present to us. The degree of accuracy, it depends on the type of data that's being pulled out on the artifacts. For example, steps are known to have an accuracy of around 98% on the actual steps occurring.
So if the Apple Health data returns, for instance, steps of 20 steps within a certain time period, 98% of the time Apple's going to be right?
That's what studies have shown.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you want this back? Okay.
Mr. Green, I've placed another document before you. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do. This is this lists out Apple Health data for that was from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right. That came from the data that you received, the image file of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
So,
No objection. And with the court's permission, may I publish that, Your Honor?
okay.
Specifically, I'd like to start with page 2, record 2. Hey, Mr. Green, are you wearing the right glasses to be able to see the scene?
Yeah, I probably need bifocals here. I keep switching glasses, but
are you able to read what is on the screen? And if it's easier, you can look on your document in front of you. It's page 2, record 2.
yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. I can probably still see good enough to do the laser one. I'm sorry, which record is this you're looking at?
Page 2, record number 2.
Okay, yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay. What does record number 2 show on page 2 of John's Apple Health data?
Sure. So this is the number of meters. It's listed as 87.74, and the time is listed between 12:21 and 10 seconds. And there's milliseconds after that, but I'll just round it off to the second if you don't mind. So 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds.
Okay. And you said that it showed 87 meters traveled during that time period?
Correct.
And with regard to that same time period, 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 22 seconds, please turn to page 5. And Mr. Bates, if you would zoom in on record number 2.
I have that.
Okay. What what does record number 2 reflect?
Again, it's the same time period, and the steps taken is recorded as 80 steps.
Okay, and you said the same time period, so again, 12/21/10 to 12/24/22, correct?
Correct.
All right, now I'd like to direct your attention to page 4, record number 1. And Mr. Bates, you could post that. And when you're ready, Mr. Green, if you could tell the jury what that reflects?
Sure. So this indicates 3 sets of floors that represents elevation change. So it doesn't indicate to us up or down, but 3 steps. And the time period for that is 12/22/14 to 12/24/37.
Okay, did you say 12/21/14 to 12/22, I'm sorry, 12/24/37?
Yeah, 12/22/14 to 12/47/37.
I see. And with regard to all of this data, the 80 steps and the 3 flights of stairs that you mentioned, is it possible to pinpoint where within the time frame that's given those steps or flights of stairs were ascended or descended?
No, the most granular we can get is the time period, and it doesn't it doesn't signify as any more likely at the beginning of the time period than at the end of the time period than at some time in the middle. And if you think logically, like distance traveled, that doesn't happen at a split moment. It happens over a period of time. So it's time is a factor in that equation, and this is how the Apple records that data. You got to look at the time overall.
Okay, so you don't know if it's the steps are bunched up toward the beginning or toward the end or more evenly spread out?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Now we've discussed the Apple Health data. I want to go back for a second to talk about the location data on the iPhone. Does that data that you've already talked about in terms of the arrival time that it gave for John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, does that arrival time fall within or outside the range of 12:21 and 10 seconds, or 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 37 seconds?
Well, that certainly indicates an overlap, but the health data is ending after the arrival, and
now I'd like to discuss with you the concept of clocks used by apps on an iPhone.
Sure.
Are you aware of the 3 different clocks that are used by iPhone apps?
I am.
What are they?
You have 3 separate internal clocks. You have a monotonic clock, a baseband clock, and a wall clock.
Okay, and is the wall clock also called the display clock?
Yeah, that would be also a common name for that.
And what is the significance of the existence of 3 clocks regarding different times that may show up within these records?
Sure. Well, app developers can access Apple program library, and they can call upon any of the clocks to use within their apps.
Okay. Now, in your investigation and examination of this case, did you find examples on this phone of different clocks being used?
So in this particular case, I had reprocessed the data with the newest version of the Axiom forensic program. It's similar to Cellbrite. There are competitors to Cellbrite, and we use both programs. And this newest version had a feature in there where you can filter for the Waze application. And again, just following up and seeing how this functioned, we filtered for the Waze application. And for the first time, we saw this monotonic timestamp being related to the Waze application.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 640. If I may approach, Your Honor. Sure. I've placed Exhibit 640 before you, sir. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the Magnet Axiom program I was referring to. It's the 8.1, actually it looks like 4287, but
keep your voice up, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's the newest version of the program, and we have it filtered for the Waze app, and it's giving us the timestamps associated with it.
With the court's permission, may I publish that?
There you go.
And first of all, are you, no, that writing is probably too small. I can't read it.
Okay, thank you. I'll go off of this one.
There we go. With regard to what we are looking at there on that part of the screen, what are we looking at, Mr. Green?
Okay, so this is listing details of this particular artifact, and you can see that this is bundled. The com.ways.iphone, that's a standard bundle type name where it always starts with com dot and then the application reference.
And what does that mean? When it says, it's highlighted on the screen, com.ways.iphone, what does that mean that we're in right now?
Yeah, well, this is an artifact specifically related to the Waze program.
Waze app.
Yes, sir.
All right, go on.
Okay, and we can see here our entry for the monotonic time, the baseband time, and the display time.
And what did you notice about the relationship of the three of those?
Certainly. Well, most noticeable about this, the monotonic is running a little over 3 minutes ahead of the display. So that, I think it's 3 minutes and 1 second, give or take a little. So, you know, in a lot of cases, 3 minutes may not seem like much, but in this case, this struck me as important to. Objection. Move to strike.
Sustained. I'm willing to strike that. Next question.
Okay. I apologize.
That's okay.
You can hand that back to Madam Court Reporter.
Certainly. Thank you.
And I'd like to go back to the Apple Health data, Mr. Binks, if you can put that back up. And this would be page 2, record number 3. And you don't still have that in front of you, do you?
Actually, I do.
You do?
I do.
Page 2, record number 3, sir.
Yes, sir.
What does that show?
All right. Okay, so this is another entry from John O'Keefe's data, cell phone data, and this records 25.46 meters occurring between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Okay. And directing your attention to page 5, record number 3, you could tell the jury what that shows, and if we can have that displayed as well, Mr. Vince.
Certainly. So this is directly related to the distance, and this is recording 36 steps, and it's the same time period, 12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Okay. So we have 36 steps being taken according to Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone for a time period that ends at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Green.
With regard to those 36 steps, do we know where within that time frame they were taken?
Sure. Let me reread that here. We January 29th, 2022, 12:31:56 a.m. It's actually 12:31:56.109 a.m. and 12:32:16.507 a.m.
Okay. All right. So now I'd like to switch, if we can, to Jennifer McCabe's phone and your analysis of that. During the course of your examination, when you reviewed data from her phone, did you find a particular artifact of interest?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
We found a Google search that happened. First of all, the search was "How long to die in cold," and it happened at or before 2:27 a.m.
All right. Where was that search found?
Sure. So the artifact on that was called a Safari Suspended Tabs artifact, and there's a database associated with that called the Browser DB database, and in a company file, which is by the same name but ends in WAL, which stands for Write Ahead Log. And the write ahead log is where the data first gets written to, and then at certain points, that data then gets committed and written to the main database.
All right. So that, if I'm correct, that browserstate.db/wall file, that's a temporary file, right?
It's temporary by nature, but it's not. It's integral. It's part of the way the SQLite functions. So it's not like a throwaway file. It's part of the way the whole system works.
And is it helpful to you when evaluating artifacts?
Certainly, yeah. The just by nature of it, we'll find a lot of the newest artifacts in that WAL file.
Now, how do you determine the timing in terms of the timestamp on the browserstate.db WAL file?
Sure. So the WAL file has different rows and columns. You can kind of think of it as an Excel spreadsheet. And in this one particular column had it was a time column. That'd be the nature of the data going into it. And this the heading on this particular one was last viewed time.
Okay. Regarding that Google search for HOS long, and I say HOS, HOS long to dry and cold, found in the browser state DB WAL file, what was the date and time for that artifact?
Sure. So that's recorded in what's called Apicocoa time, and it's actually the number of seconds since January 1st, 2001. So you end up with this large number, but that gets converted to present to us something that's human readable, and then you have to apply the offset for the local. So once you do all those calculations, that's where we get the January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 in the morning.
The specific, do you remember the number of seconds after?
I believe it's 40 seconds.
2:27, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. And in what state did you find that artifact?
Yeah, so the specific artifact, or it comes from a record, and the record number on this is 4028, I believe, and it was in a deleted state.
Okay. Now, what would you normally expect to find along with the artifact, sir?
So you'd have the date and time, the URL, which the way the URL presents itself, we know that it's a Google search, but you also see a history of other places that tab has been.
And with this particular artifact, did you learn the full internet history of websites related to that record?
No, that wasn't possible. We were only able to get the one website. I would say.
And I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I interrupted you. Sorry.
Well, no. So we definitely got the one artifact, the Google search, and we have the time related to it, but we do not know everywhere else that tab had been.
What significance was there to you about the fact that the full internet history related to that record could not be recovered?
Well, I wanted to do a little deeper dive into that, and so I used some various other database specific tools. One was called Belkasoft X, which has an excellent database viewer in it. Sanderson Forensics, which is known to specialize in this type of work, and
ArtX?
I'm sorry?
ArtX?
You saved me. Yes, ArtX, which is a program known in the community for research.
And how did you sort of cross-reference the three of those together? How'd you use them?
Yeah, so all three of those tools, along with Axiom and Cellbrite, which I did, they do have a low-level SQL viewer as well. So I looked at the data with all 5 of those tools, and I found it to be consistent amongst all the tools.
And in addition to using those tools, what else did you do?
So I wanted to get a little more context. One thing with this artifact, it is deleted. And one thing about deleted data, sometimes you get it all back, sometimes you don't, sometimes you get a fragment. Deleted data makes it very difficult to give you the whole picture of what's happening. So in this particular case, I wanted to see what other artifacts were around this time as it related to web history, and particularly this browser database file.
And so what do you compare the 2:27 a.m. search to in order to gain more information?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
What the information was. So what we found is that when we looked at a particular URL, a particular website that was visited, and then searched using that URL, the browser state database entry is the last entry in all of that. So we could see searches, videos playing. There's an artifact called Knowledge C that records the user's activity, but the browser state is the very last entry on the items that we observed.
And did you find other examples of that you can speak to before this jury?
Yes, I believe we have one printed out there.
Okay. May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
I've placed the document before you, sir. If you could familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
I have it.
What is it?
Okay, so this is another screenshot from the Axiom program. And it is showing a search that we conducted for raining men. And then it takes that search, and we have a couple different items on there. We set the date to begin in 1970 and ending in 2100. In other words, we only wanted to see artifacts that had dates associated with them. And then we listed them from the newest date to the oldest date. And this particular one, again, it ends up with the Safari suspended tabs artifact being the very last in the series of dates and times.
All right, I'd like to go through that, but first I'd offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No, no. There you go.
It's 6:54.
And with the court's permission, may it be published, Your
You
Honor?
want this?
Yes.
Okay.
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 So we have a number of columns here. Could you explain to the jury what's going on with that exhibit?
Certainly. So I'm gonna switch glasses back here. Forgive me.
Do you need the light on, sir, or are you okay?
No, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you much. I can certainly do this. So we are looking at here web-related history, and also I have the filter turned on for application usage because there are some log files, sort files that the iPhone keeps track of to record user interactions, and that can give us a idea of the history as well. And then, as I mentioned, we have it filtered so that it's only showing dates, that dates existed, and we took the earliest possible date to a date way in the future. And then it's listed, and next to the date and time, you'll see a little arrow, and it's skinny at the top and big at the bottom. That tells you it's going from smallest, earliest time to latest time. And this particular view is showing us the last of that series, because what's relevant and really important here is that the Safari suspended state tabs ends up being the last of the entries related to that, not one of the beginning of the entries related to that.
And what is the significance of the Safari state tab being the last entry? What does that tell you?
Yeah, well, so it tells us the internet history happened before that, and the purpose of this tab on at least this particular iPhone with this very specific iOS version is to record the state of that tab when the user left that. And the whole purpose of that is if you're on Safari, you're on a website and say you have to take a phone call or answer a text message and you navigate away from the Safari app, when you come back, it remembers where you were and allows you to pick off from there. It also allows you to hit the tab button and see what other tabs you might have open and navigate to one of those tabs.
All right, so as I see the last tab, am I correct that the time is 1:29:22, same day, at 2:27 and 38 seconds? Is that what it says on your?
I'm sorry. I'm definitely getting a pair of bifocals. I apologize here. I feel a little silly. Yes, on this particular one. So that is just moments before the the Google search artifact.
The one that you previously talked about, the Hoslam Design House.
It's long to die in the code, yes.
But all the other history of this particular artifact was before that time, correct?
Correct.
So with regard to what that tells you about when the It's Raining Men was either searched or accessed, was that at, after, or before 2:27 and 38 seconds?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sustained.
Okay, well, if you say it one more time.
All right, let me try and put it a different way. Given the timestamp of 2:27 and 38 seconds on January 29th for that Safari suspended state tab with the It's Raining Men, what did that tell you about the timing of when It's Raining Men was accessed by the user?
Yeah, well, so the indications would be that that tab was brought up and then went away from to do another tab. So it can happen less than a second. It doesn't take long to open up a tab and start a new tab. Can be done very quickly.
I'm not really phrasing this the right way to get what I want. What I want is the timing of the interaction with It's Raining Men by the actual iPhone user. When did that happen?
Well, certainly, all the activity that we have is all prior to the recording of this that timestamp in the browser state.
All right. Now, with regard to this particular example where the browser state DB is the last entry, so the activity happened before, was that unique on this phone, or were there many examples of this?
No, I found many examples of this exact behavior.
All right. Now, given your findings in researching these issues and how this user used this iPhone with this iOS, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the timing of that search for how long to die in cold?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to when Hoslam to Die in Cold was searched?
Objection.
Sustained. I can see you at sidebar.
Thank you.
Here we go again.
Well, this guy's a breath of fresh air. You know, you look at the one where they had the do-rag on her hair. You look at Garino, Whiffen. Come on, this guy's, and this is not even the FBI expert. Wait till they get on. This guy is incredible.
People are thinking that's your twin on the stand.
Oh my God.
Doppelganger, some people said. Intelligent.
No, the guy.
The silver fox.
Listen, the guy comes off nicely. He comes off like a guy who loves to tell kids a little story, right? And he's going to be great. It's amazing, you know?
Yeah.
The do-rag, right, Julie?
Julie Burke, welcome to the house. Madhouse.
You are unmuted.
Do you have an opinion as to the timing of that first search for Hoslam to Die in Cold?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
That would have happened at or before January 29, 2022 at 2:27:40 a.m. in the morning.
And what is the basis for your opinion?
Again, by how this particular phone operates with that exact operating system and comparing it to other data on that phone and the way it presented it out is all consistent with that search happening at or before that time.
And what opinions or conclusions did you reach regarding how, if any, how the 2:27 a.m. search was deleted?
Well, we know that that's in a deleted state. And importantly on that phone is when I say, I keep using the proverbial we, I found a lot of other that would have been used or deleted artifacts between the midnight and the early mornings on January 29, 2022.
Okay. Are you aware of any internal mechanisms that could have caused that deletion?
No, not in this particular case. I know of no mechanism that would have done that.
All right. And you mentioned other deletions on the phone. I want to show you what has been marked, if I may approach. MMM for identification. Do you recognize what I've placed before you, sir?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Okay, this is from Cellbrite. It's a program, again, like the Axiom that processes data. And this is this lists out a 623. This lists out a deleted call record.
Okay. Are you able to see from that record to whom the call was placed?
Yeah, well, we have the number, and I won't necessarily read it out loud here, but through searching, and this is from the phone of Jennifer McCabe, but through searching for that the number, I was able to see that it went to. You want me to say the name?
Sure.
Yeah, Uncle Brian A.
Oh. I would offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Same objection as before, Your Honor. As when this was, may we approach?
Okay.
Uncle Brian Albert. Whoa.
Yeah, it's like you could just sit back and relax. I'm telling you, this is the way a case is presented with evidence and facts.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? I mean,
this is
unfortunately, this was a waste of the taxpayers' money. Oh, and Dave Umberger, no, I have not finished the octopus murders or whatever that thing is, but I will. I definitely will.
He comes across so good as witness, though. Do you know what I mean?
Oh my God,
he's
this is the guy you want. He's
great.
You know, he is not like, you know, I didn't mind what's his name, Marino. I didn't mind him.
Yeah.
He was energetic. He was doing this. I mean, he was fine, but he had vulnerabilities. You know,
I didn't like him because he was smiling and and just his bit of cockiness. I didn't like that.
Oh yeah, he was cocky. Of course he was.
This guy's not cocky. He's just answering questions.
No. But I'm just saying, of all the government witnesses, I'm thinking, his role wasn't that critical, really, when you think about it. But he was vulnerable, and he got caught on it, and he didn't really know how to answer it.
Yeah, Jody said uncle. Yeah, I didn't know she put Uncle Brian Albert.
Well, I guess that's her name. That's her kind of like daddy name for Brian.
Yeah,
Uncle.
Hey, Uncle.
You get it? You guys get it, right?
Yeah. I've said it on before on here, allegedly. So,
daddy, uncle,
yeah.
uncle.
Uncle Cracker, the song there somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a really good day. I don't want to see. It's like a broken record saying it's a really good day, but it is a good day so far, anyway.
It's a great day. And the greatest thing about this is all the crap up to this point, the jury is not going to have in their head. It's going to be these moments that they're going to take home with them. And next week. And then you go to closing statements, and then it's over.
Well, closing statements are going to be important. Anyway, we'll get to that when we get to it.
Yeah.
So, folks, we're trying to streamline the exhibit numbers. It looks like this may already be in evidence. It's one of 4 different numbers, so I sort of wanted to keep it with that. We are so far removed from where it was that this will just come in as the next exhibit. So you will technically have it in evidence twice.
Okay.
55. Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's one final document before you. If you can identify that for the jury, please.
Yes, this is another report generated out of Cellbrite. It's based on Ms. McCabe's cell phone data, and this lists out the call log with a number of deleted items and a number of live items.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
If I get to see.
Sure.
It's fine, Your Honor. I think it's already in evidence as well, but.
So
actually, it's I confirmed it's not. It's not yet in evidence. We looked at the exhibits that were specified, so.
They're
Thank you. If you could hand that to the witnesses, if I could have first page of that exhibit displayed. This is, okay, with regard to that exhibit, Mr. Green, what did you find that was unusual, if anything?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. What did you find of note?
Certainly. What was the time frame of the deleted records? Now, I'll just talk about this particular report here. It starts at 5:33:47 in the morning, and on the second page, we see it ends at 8:50 and 15 seconds, again, AM. And then the normal recalls, what we call live data, then begins at 8:59 and 34 seconds and goes on throughout the day with no additional deletions.
And am I right that those are all, that's the call log, those are all phone calls?
Correct, yeah, this is the call log.
And what was the difference between the calls that were at 8:59 and after on January 29th, 2022, and the calls that were before 8:50 AM on January 29th, 2022?
Yeah, well, it's the state they were found in, deleted versus live data.
I'm sorry?
Deleted data at the earlier time and live data after the 8:59:34.
What percentage of phone calls were found deleted on Jennifer McCabe's phone prior to 8:50 AM on January 29th?
So all right, I have to see you. Take this down for a minute, please. I have to see counsel.
Oh, what a circus, Sean.
Well, this is, like I said, the jury is taking note.
Yeah.
I hate to use but they're going to say, what are they trying to hide?
Yeah.
Who's hiding what and why? It's going to frustrate them.
Paul looks like, oof.
The light bulbs are going off in Paul's head right now. He knows it. He knows it.
I hope so. I hope so. He doesn't seem to be steering Karen as much now, from what I've seen.
Yeah, right. Yeah, a lot of stuff going around out there in Twitter land. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure of a few of the items, but I'm going to have a guest on tonight that's going to address one of those items. And I'll just have to back off and let her explain.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So
a lot of interesting meetings happening, evidently.
Go to, hey, Chrissy. Chrissy's back. You've been quiet all day. Cheese and rice.
How is Chrissy? Jeez, Chrissy.
Yeah, she's been quiet. She's been quiet lately.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Hope you're well, Chrissy. Hope everything's
You
okay.
are unmuted.
She's taking it all in.
So, Mr. Green, I'm not sure if that question was clear or if you understood it. If it's not, please let me know. But I had asked you from the first recorded call there that was listed as deleted until 8:50 AM or so, what percentage of calls were deleted on Jen McCabe's phone within that time period?
Yeah, so we found no live data, so 100% of them would have been deleted.
Now, are you aware of the term spontaneous deletion?
No, sir. I know what the individual words mean, but in relation to digital forensics, I'm not familiar with that term.
And do you have an opinion as to how those calls would have been deleted from that phone?
Those would have been user deleted.
I may have a moment?
Sure.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you know who Miss Jessica Hyde is?
I do.
Are you aware that she wrote a report in relation to this case?
Yes.
Specifically in regard to the Google searches for Ms. McCabe's phone that you were just talking about?
Yes, sir. It was very specific about that search.
And have you had a chance to review that report?
I have.
You also know who Ian Whiffen is?
Certainly, yes.
And are you aware that he wrote several reports or submitted several items in relation to, again, the exact topic that you're testifying about in relation to the Google searches on Ms. McCabe's phone?
Yes, sir. I understand that.
And have you had a chance to review those materials as well?
Yes, sir.
You understand that they both disagree with what your opinion is in relation to those searches?
I absolutely understand that, sir.
Now, just as far as your qualifications and certifications go, I'm just having a difficult time. From the certifications that you have, at what point were you, or what, if any, certifications do you have with reference to Cellbrite as a tool, as far as your use and interpretation of data from Cellbrite?
Certainly. So my certifications are much more broad. They have to do with a lot of the fundamentals and how we conduct the investigations and what tools we should know and when we need to know we need to do more work and such like that. Cellbrite, I do not have any specific Cellbrite certifications. They offer many of them. However, I have participated in, God, I can't even count, hundreds of their training events that they offer, both Cellbrite, Axiom, Belkasoft. They all provide the community with fantastic support as far as that. And although certainly a class can be very good, but you really need to stay up to speed. You've got to participate in the most recent understanding being put out there. Even in the changes of their tools will change from one version to another.
And so, to the point, as far as you have no certifications in regard to Cellbrite as a tool and how to use it, those kind of things?
That's correct, sir.
And in this specific instance, at any point, did you reach out to Cellbrite to go over sort of your findings or your opinions in relation to this search?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with from Cellbrite?
Yeah, as close as I can remember, I know it was Leo, and I believe it was Santos.
And do you know what part of Cellbrite they work in or what they do?
Well, he was in the technical support and contacted him. He had informed me that they had elevated this up to some higher level technical support when they came back. His comments to me, if you want to hear them, was that this. Okay.
Capture his comments, but at some point,
I understand.
you talked to technical support, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And they indicated that they would refer you to actually Mr. Whiffen's team?
No, sir, they did not.
So you weren't told that you were referred to Mr. Whiffen's team and you weren't contacted by anyone from Mr. Whiffen's team?
No, and I forget the exact date. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, out of the blue, I got an email from Ms. Whiffen saying, and I can't, I don't want to misquote them, but certainly I got an email from
I'm not asking
him.
you about any specific conversation
Okay.
you had. What I'm asking, and I'm asking about a time period more back in 2022.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Back in 2022, did you reach out to Cellbrite in relation to this search and your opinions related to it?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, was that the point that you spoke to someone from technical support?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, did someone from technical support actually refer you or tell you that they were referring you to Mr. Whiffen's team?
No, sir, I had absolutely no idea about that.
So no one from no one from Mr. Whiffen's team reached out to you and then you just never called them back? That didn't happen?
Not that I'm aware.
Now, you were asked to look at a couple different phones, and I'm assuming by counsel for the defendant, correct?
Can you say that once again? I'm sorry.
You were asked to look at 3 different phones is what the testimony was. And I'm assuming
Correct.
that was by some counsel for the defendant, correct? No one else asked you to look at these phones, correct?
Oh, correct. Yes, it was from the defense asked me to, yes.
And so the phones that you were asked to look at were Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the defendant's phone, and Ms. McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Kerry Roberts' phone, were you ever asked to look at that?
No.
And with respect to the defendant's phone, was there any GPS location information or data that you observed in her phone?
So we had an indication that location had been using, there was something called Apple Map tiles. And those probably, when you use the Apple Map app, that it, in order for it to work, it will create these little tiles or little pieces of pictures, and they get stitched together to give you the view that you see on your phone. Now, for that had to be working, we know location data had to be working. This particular location data, the location data cache, is known to only be present on the phone for a couple weeks. Now, what I don't know, and Mr. Lally, if I'm going too far, just please stop me. What I don't know are what measures were taken to preserve that data, whether it was put in airplane mode, whether the location services were turned off, whether it was put in a Faraday bag. And quite frankly, Mr. Lowry, I don't know if they did all that, if the location data would have remained or not. I've never tested that, but all indications, it would have had location data on the day that it was seized, because we received the Apple Map tile. But when I got the full extraction, there was no location data there. Now, I did observe.
So there was no GPS location data on the defendant's phone, correct? From what you observed.
And again, if I'm, there was, I did find deleted location data from April of 2022.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, did you also find deleted web history data from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't observe that.
Didn't observe it, or didn't look for
it? You know, I really don't have a recollection if I specifically looked for deleted data. I don't believe I did. I don't know if I would have had to have a cause to.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some question about location accuracy within 3 feet. You did some sort of thing last night on CellHawk using that tool. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And you were asked to do that after Trooper Guarino testified yesterday. Is that correct?
I understand he testified yesterday.
And so, with relation to you creating sort of that document, and that's now been marked as.
Yeah, here, I mean, if.
I'm not.
I don't know quite. I'm not trying not to answer you, you know, but I was asked by Mr. United to perform that search.
So, Mr. Lally, please be cautious of that.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Green, with respect to that 3 feet of accuracy, are you aware that what Trooper Guarino was testifying to in regard to that had absolutely nothing to do with phone applications or anything to do with data from a phone or a CellHawk or a tool or anything like that?
No, I don't know the full extent of what Mr. Guarino would have been testifying to.
And so you're not aware that his testimony was actually in regard to reviewing cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Department and photographs of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, and then mapping that using GPS latitude and longitude. Objection. Based on that within a 3 feet accuracy.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
Sure. Are you aware of any of what Trooper Guarino testified to yesterday?
What you're mentioning, I may vaguely be remembering, and again, I'm not trying to not answer your question exactly. My conversation with Mr. Gennady is 3 foot. When it comes to GPS data, can you tell 3 feet from GPS data? And no, it's not known to be that reliable, and particularly Apple location services. How that applies to the trooper's testimony, you know, I can't say with specificity. I'm happy to opine on location data, though.
There's no question.
Okay.
Sir, but that's, thank you. May I have a moment, Charlie?
Sure.
I was laughing because he looked at Yannetti and said, ask me the question, Yannetti.
Now, sir, with reference to Safari and deleted tabs, isn't it true that there is no way for a user to delete a tab, only to close it? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, when you close a tab, all right, you're taking it out of the active state, and it's going to an inactive state that some people could call deleted. Now, the Safari history allows you to go in and delete history by certain date ranges, but you can also go into specific websites that you visited and delete those. Now, if you want me to continue, the WAL file itself, you can't open up a WAL file and say, oh, I want to delete that record. But functioning the phone through the user interfaces will have an effect of deleting data within that WAL file.
Isn't it also true that Cellebrite uses that red X to annotate that the record is no longer active and has been recovered? It should then make it incumbent upon the examiner, being you in this instance, to determine if it was actually deleted, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. It's yes.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay. All right.
Now, you stated in your affidavit, in your testimony, that you used the Sanderson, SQLite, or SQLite Forensic Explorer to examine the Safari tabs DB associated with the WAL file log. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your analysis using that Sanderson Forensic Explorer, was there an indication that House Long to Die in Cold was found in the WAL file?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that, did you independently verify the cause of that timestamp that you observed there?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it your interpretation that the timestamp means the search appeared at that time solely based on the naming of the field in the database?
No, sir.
Now, can a WAL file contain items that are so new that they're not yet committed to the database?
Yes, sir. That's the purpose of it.
So the WAL file holds the newest information until it's merged to the database, including additions, deletions, changes, all of those items, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, the device was in active use between 2:23 a.m. and 2:31 a.m. And just to be clear, I'm talking about Ms. McCabe's device, correct?
Correct.
And what other searches did you see at that time, and where were they performed?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
Searches did you observe in that time frame, and where were they performed?
Well, there were a number of websites, including the Rainy Men exhibit that we did. There was Ozone Basketball, I believe. There, Hockermont, Smith. And I can tell you that those, similarly, the last entry with those there is the browser state DB file. It's not at the beginning. It's not at the end. And I have a couple thoughts on why that may be in regards to Ms. Hyde and Ms. Whippen. I'm happy to share those with you.
I'm not asking you anything about that, sir. What
Very
I'm
good.
asking is it possible for a change request in the WAL to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
I want to answer your question as well as I can. So can you repeat that one more time?
Is it possible for a change request in the WAL to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
So I'm having a little trouble answering this. So if I'm understanding correctly, when the WAL file gets written to the database, and could that have made the change ending with this deleted record? Is that the question? I'm sorry. I want to answer you. I'm just a little lost on how you're asking it.
And the question?
Sorry?
Do you not understand the question?
Why don't you move on, Mr. Mayor?
Is it possible that the URL field, which has the website name, was updated to the newest search while the timestamp retained the original search? Is that possible?
No, not the way on this particular phone in this particular iOS, and also with the user interacted with it, that it would have been at the 227 or before. The way this very specific iOS was happening that is consistent with all the other ones that I observed out there on the phone related to specific web searches and activity.
Is it possible that the search for How Long to Die in the Cold at 6:24 a.m. was the most recent search completed in the tab?
Oh, well, not in that tab, but I certainly agree with you that there was a second search done at around that time.
Now, is it also possible that the search that you assert took place at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning is the same as the search that took place at 6:24:51 a.m. for that same search?
Yeah, that's inconsistent with the actual data I'm seeing on this actual phone with this precise iOS version.
Now, as far as the search in Safari with the string, as far as the smotot.apple.com included, is it, you recall that search as far as being a suggestion from Apple, from the iOS, as far as the search with how long to digest food?
Okay, I didn't hear your whole question, but I heard the last part about how long to digest food. So I can opine on that. So my feeling on that is when the How Long to Die code was put in, that was most likely a Apple suggestion. And I've done some testing now. The time period I'm doing my testing, is after the fact that this would have actually occurred. But as I tested that on a live phone and using a Google search, I could see that how long to digest food would come up. I also notice the specific phrase, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? So as you do this Google search, you try to repeat what's being done. Those are two suggestions that actually came up.
And so that was something that was a suggestion and not something that was actually searched, correct?
Yeah, no, and I know that's different from my affidavit from about a year and a half ago, in all fairness, but
that's entirely different.
One person, Mr. Lally,
I'm sorry.
one person at a time.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, in fairness, I want to give you my best knowledge as I understand it saying here today, including after my review of Mr. Whiffen and Ms. Hyde's report. So I want to do everything I can to shine as much light and clarity on this as possible. So as I repeated, since that time and did the search, I would notice that is one of the things that would come up, and it would have a little picture of like a dinner plate or something like that. And there was actually a similar, if not the same picture found in the artifacts of that phone.
And so just to conclude, that's not what you said in your affidavit that was actually filed under pains and penalties of perjury with this court, correct?
Yes, and on that day, that is what my true and proper belief was. Okay, it's since further testing, I have found that I now believe that was probably an automatic one, and if I've caused you any distress, I apologize.
Haven't caused me any distress.
Okay.
What I'm asking, sir, is that that's what you filed because that's what you thought at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And subsequently, you've done further testing, and that's shown that you were wrong, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, there was a search for how long to digest food at 6:23:49 a.m. that precedes the search for how long to die in the misspelling here would be the key CLKD at 6:23:51 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it possible that the how long to digest food was a predictive suggestion from Apple rather than a search entered by the user? Is that also correct?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I believe that it was, if it had picked up a earlier search from 227 of how long to die in the cold, and then you went to retype it in, it may have then tried to give you something similar at the 6:23 and 6:24 timelines. So hopefully that answers your question.
So steps, going to Mr. O'Keefe's health data, steps doesn't necessarily mean that someone is physically taking steps, correct?
Again, the research that's done for this is steps tend to be a very accurate artifact.
So steps could not also be coincided with, say, movement in a car or other sort of movement of the phone as far as the health data is concerned?
Sure. Well, I did, geez, quite some time ago, do some testing with an actual iPhone 11, the same make and model, and took a drive and tried to see if it would register steps. It did not. I sat in a chair and tried to duplicate how I thought I would walk to see if it recorded steps. It did not. I took the phone from the floor to the ceiling to see if it would record a flight of stairs. It did not. The only, with that, iPhone 11, same make and model that I got, it was very consistent with me actually doing walking steps, and that was whether I had it in my shirt pocket, my pants pocket, or clipped onto my belt.
That's your testimony?
That is my testimony, yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with GPS native locations?
Yes, sir.
And GPS native locations takes its data as far as defining latitude and longitude from a number of different sources, correct?
Well, true GPS, okay, is going to take it from the GPS network. What you may be thinking of is assisted GPS, which the iPhone uses, and that assisted GPS will try to, it kind of does a crowdsourcing. So it'll look at cell towers, what's in range as far as like Wi-Fi's and a number of other devices, try to get you an enhanced GPS location and give you the best data possible.
So it takes GPS native locations within an Apple iOS device, takes from 4 different sources. Isn't that correct?
It tries to get from a variety of sources, like I just mentioned. Not all would be available.
Now, with regard, did you look at any GPS native location data with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree then that the GPS native locations didn't record any movement of that phone after 12:25 a.m.?
12:25. You know, I would have to look at the exhibit to see what the time of that last entry was. I don't want to misstate something to you, sir.
Now, you were asked about sort of the elevation change in 3 floors, ascending, descending, and saying that you couldn't pinpoint a time period or within that 12:21 to 12:24 time period from the health data. Is that correct?
Correct. It happened somewhere within that time.
Could you pinpoint more specifically if you looked at the GPS native location data?
No, well, we're talking Apple Health and GPS location. So
But you said you couldn't do it.
I'm sorry. Which one are you asking about? Please.
What I'm asking is, you said you couldn't pinpoint it within the GPS health data. What I'm asking is, if you had looked at the GPS native location data, could you give a more specific pinpoint as to where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was?
I'm going to allow that.
Maybe we can see briefly then.
Okay.
Wow.
He's really trying to stretch this out. You know, he's trying to trip him up. I don't know what he really wants to get at.
Well, I think he's trying to make him look like a fool in the
Right.
sense of you're old, all this new technology, you don't know about this new technology. We got Whiffin, we got this other people that know everything about new technology, and you don't. That's what he's trying to do.
But the nice thing is, he used that phone on his body to replicate any type of steps, any type of movement, putting up to the ceiling. It wouldn't do it. It wouldn't do it.
You are unmuted.
Now, to be clear, sir, you had indicated earlier in your testimony that the elevation change from 12:21 to 12:24, you could not pinpoint where in that time period, or specifically where in that time period the elevation change occurred, correct?
That's correct. It's a time range. Yes, sir.
So what I'm asking is, had you looked at that in the GPS native location data, would you have been able to more accurately or specifically pinpoint when that occurred?
Okay. So the location, are you looking for a yes or no? I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
I'm trying to. There was, yes, there was location data within that time period. Okay.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the GPS native location data was actually a half-mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that it made those recordings in the GPS Apple Health data?
Right, yes, I understand he was using Waze, and it had made that recording. I understand that. That's why the finding that 3 minute and 1 second offset brings into serious doubt if that time was accurate. And when you apply that to the location offset, then the Apple Health data and the GPS all aligns. Now, I have not decoded Waze and found out what functions they were calling and all that. And I don't mean to indicate that I have, but I mean that the latest version of Axiom is bringing that up as an artifact and a timestamp related to Waze. And in the case of here, where minutes are important, I thought it proper that I bring this to the attention of the case as a possible explanation.
As a possible explanation?
As a possible explanation, sir, yes.
The 3 different clocks that you were talking about, are you aware that those are actually associated to power usage and not applications?
Right, that power usage was directly related to the Waze application.
So it's your testimony that those 3 clocks apply to the times in Waze? Is that your testimony?
I'm saying that the timestamps were directly related to Waze. It was reported by Axiom when you applied the filter and say, show me all the artifacts related to Waze. These were artifacts that came up related to the Waze bundle. So I guess you need to give it the weight it deserves. Like I said, I've not decoded Waze. That's not something that has been done, but I think we need to consider the 3 minute offset as it applies to giving significance to the Apple Health data and the Waze GPS.
Now, turning to Ms. McCabe's phone again, as far as the search, what you indicated as last view time, are you aware that that is actually related to a time that it was actually focused on the screen as opposed to your interpretation of it?
I'm aware that from that it appears to be the last time and date it was focused, and when it was no longer was focused, that's when the timestamp was written. That's what's consistent with the other data on this particular phone on this very specific iOS.
Now, with regard to looking at this search, you mentioned that you used something called an ArtX tool. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that's a tool that was actually created by Mr. Ian Whiffen?
Absolutely.
And with regards to this specific issue, as far as how this data is being interpreted from the browser StateDB versus the knowledge C database and the wall file and all of those, the P list and all of those other kinds of things, as far as the misinterpretation of the data has then caused Mr. Whiffen in further versions of Cellbrite to revise that so that this kind of error can occur.
Sure, happy to answer that. So Mr. Whiffen's testing was not done with this specific version of the iOS. The iOS has been known to be changing the way this artifact works. To do proper analysis, the researcher that he is, he would need to work with that same iOS. Now, in regards to the Cellbrite question, they have 2 versions of the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer. One is the standard physical analyzer that's been out for several years now, probably is majority use in the community. It's a tool that takes that raw data and it puts it into human terms that we can look at and understand and write reports like you've been seeing here. So they have the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer that's out there. I believe it's 7.68, but don't quote me on that. And then they have a new version that's come out called Insights, and this operates more on a where you can put multiple cases in and that. It's only the Insight versions that they have bothered updating and no longer reporting on that time. Their current Physical Analyzer program, and I tested this a few days ago, still reports on that search occurring, and that timestamp. So currently Cellbrite is providing examiners, law enforcement, and people worldwide with two different versions giving two different results. That I can't speak to more than that, other than I've tested that, and I see how those programs are working now.
But my question, sir, yes or no, is are you aware that Cellbrite has had to modify their software based on misinterpretation of data, as you've done in this case?
Yes, with the asterisk, they updated one of two programs.
Nothing further.
No further questions.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Green, you are all set.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
That was probably the best thing. Just end it there.
I mean, come on. So the bottom line was, Whiffen, right, utilized a different version, a higher version, right?
That's it for today.
Oh, they're done.
So jurors, we are going to send you home for the weekend. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. We are on track. We will get this case next week for your consideration. See you on
Court, all rise for the jury.
Let's see if they put anything on record. Yeah, they must have run out of witnesses.
What can they say? I mean, the bottom line is, he said it clearly.
All right, why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
They used the wrong iOS. Whiffen used the wrong iOS for Jen's phone, and he used the older version of Cellbrite. This guy used the right version of Jen's phone, right? The correct one, apples to apple, but he used the better version, the newer version of Cellbrite. And that's the difference. And he explained it perfectly.
Yeah, I think he came across well with it. I think that bit I liked as well when he said, this is the exact phone.
Yeah.
Mr. Whiffen did not use the right phone. So, yeah.
And Whiffen did admit, Whiffen admitted, he says, well, I used a newer version, iOS version of Jen McCabe's phone. Well, you can't do that. You have to have apples to apples, of course. And then he basically said, I tested it again, and it's still showing the incorrect time. If he did it the right way with the new version, they would have found the correct footprint on this phone. It's crazy.
Do you know what I liked about this witness, though, right, Sean? He wasn't afraid to admit he was wrong.
No, not at all.
Said, I was wrong. Two of my searches were wrong. And Lally's like, but you said this. He goes, yeah, but I want to give you the correct data create for me. And no one else has done that.
And
that gives you more credibility.
I honestly believe that Lally wasn't asking the question in the correct format, like he was in the ballpark, but he was speaking Greek. The other guy was speaking Latin. It's kind of there.
I also think that he's probably doing that deliberately in some ways because it was just like, because also people are writing his questions for him as well, Lally. So he just wants to confuse everybody. That's all.
Right.
Lally's closing is all going to be about confusing the whole case and saying that people said this when they didn't say it. And so, yeah, smokes and mirrors. This is why it's important the jury are writing everything down. I hope. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a great way to end and go to into the weekend for these people. Really is.
No announcements, I don't think. So,
Jimmy, I'll see you in there.
hey, Jim, I'll see you in there. I'll see you in there for a gin now, Jim. So the court closes. So that's 7:20, right? So, sure. What I'll say here as well is the allegedly court is all week next week.
Yeah, good.
And Karen leaves. So it'll be Monday to Friday. I think it will be a case of we might have a verdict, or we'll definitely be going to what do you call it? Closing arguments and all that next week anyway. So I think somebody said Tilboy believes the defense will rest Tuesday or Wednesday, and that closing will be done either Wednesday or Thursday, and then
Right.
How does it work in mass? I'm not sure if you know this, Sean, because obviously you've been working so many other places. What happens because every state's different.
Right.
What happens in mass in terms of deliberations? Do they just stick 9 till 5, or do they say you deliberate till you want to? Do they do the weekends? How does it work in mass? Do you know, or do you remember?
Under Bev, she had the Chestnut case. I think they were given specific time frames.
Okay.
Listen, I don't see this jury being out long. I think they're going to come right back. I really do. I think they'll be back quicker than say they get the case. They do closings, right? Let's say they do closing arguments on Thursday, right?
Yeah.
She'll probably instruct them on Friday. Let them go home, get them prepared, instruct them on Friday, and give them the case late Friday morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think they're back by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock on Friday. I think we'll have a verdict. Oh yeah. No, I mean, there's no way to keep them. I mean, what are they gonna, I guarantee you do the first go around, you might get them right then and there, right?
You might do. It's just always that one. You know what I mean? That's the only reason I go, whoa, because I think there might be one or two that might be. And also, you might have somebody on there, which is not a bad thing. That's a stickler. That's like, no, I want to go through the testimony again because it's 10 weeks for them.
Yeah,
it's 10 weeks. They want to refresh themselves, So that's the only way I think they might go on. But you're right. I think logically they'll bring it straight back. But we've known by now, Sean, that things don't work out like we think they work out. So
no, And again, I'm still of the opinion that I hope something happens next week that pushes this judge to say, okay, that's it. I'm going to make a ruling right now. It's over with. I don't want to see this go into the jury's hands. I don't care. Just don't see it.
Shout out to Vicky. He says, off topic. I'm never off topic, Vicky. I'm going to be celebrating being 26 years of being cancer free this weekend. Vicky, let's fucking go.
That's awesome, Vicky.
Go.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Fuck cancer. Well done, Vicky. Let's go. And everyone else that has suffered or is suffering, we're with you. Okay, everybody. Well, hang on. What was Eden saying? Hang on.
On them, they seem like nice people. I don't know why he's being so rude. But the man who knows that his case is failing and he's trying a last-ditch effort to save himself, but it's not really working. I don't think it's going to work out the way he thinks it's going to. So. What do you think coming up next? I don't know. I'm going to ask him on the way out. I mean, they got to get these FBI guys, right? Yeah, we want them. Yeah. Again, a little overqualified. The guy from Quantico we want to talk to, right? Yeah, yeah.
Sea Dog asked a question. I can't find it now. Sea Dog.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, here we go. Will defense call Trooper Prince, do you think? Sean.
Is she on the list for them?
I presume they are. Say she is.
Yeah. I would hope so. I also, there's a lot of things. So they've hit. There's a lot of things they can still go into, right? Because I can't remember right now. So they hit Green, right? Who did they have before Green?
The doctor. The doctor for the dog bites.
Oh yeah, right.
And Lucky first.
Yeah. So they kind of setting the stage, right? That's amazing. I just watched this, right? Because you get so overloaded with information and try to get through what you know, what you've heard. But yeah, that's just amazing. Yeah, I mean, I think they hit the theory. They really go after the theory of the case next week. I think they hit them hard with the facts of how this case, this officer could never been hit by this car. Then I think they offer up a valid. I think they bring in the third party and hammer it into their heads and say this is the way it happened. Let's hope.
Yeah. Let's hope, buddy. There is. Let's hope. I'm not sure what the delay is in Karen. Now, obviously, if you want to jump off, sure, you jump off, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to get ready. But listen, if
6
you all
o'clock.
come up 6 o'clock, I have a nice special guest coming on. We're going to go through this.
One
Try
or
to
two?
guide- Huh?
One or two guests?
I'm just having one tonight.
Fine. I thought you
Just
said
having
two.
one.
Sorry. There you
Yeah,
go.
just having one tonight. I'm going to just keep it to an hour. I mean, I want to be able to bring this all in succinctly, and we'll everyone have a great weekend. If you can't make it, I'll see you here next week, 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock
on Monday.
Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
Right, everybody. Thank you, Sean. Thanks, buddy.
Okay. You take care of
buddy.
yourself
Ta-ra,
now,
man.
okay? Be good.
Ta-ra, man. On the way.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Always will play that. I love Sean so much. Thank you to him. It's been nice. It's been special to have him back the last couple of days. Obviously, Monday he's back full time. But yeah, please go and support him tonight, as most of you will anyway. 6 o'clock Eastern, which is 11 o'clock UK time, 12 o'clock European time, I believe 3 o'clock Pacific time. So Australian time, fuck, I haven't got no idea, mate. No idea, mate. So yeah, going through the motions. We posted the links, you know where it is anyway. So I'm just going to stay to see what happens with Karen leaving the court. I'll play the montage and I'm off for the weekend. So if you're all going before then, have a great weekend to you all. Love you all. Thank you for being here as always. But if you stick around, we'll stick around for a couple more minutes to see what happens here. So Lil G, the way I understand it is full day every day is the way I understand it, because they're so close to finishing now. It's like, let's get it done. Somebody said earlier on that Monday, Tuesday should be it. Then Wednesday closing statements. This is going by rumors, but potentially could be done by Wednesday. Jury get it Thursday, maybe. That's why I wanted to ask Sean about how do they deliberate in the in mass, because I never know. Some courts allow you to deliberate through the night. Some courts allow you to deliberate through the weekends. So, you know, Frosty, you're more than welcome, Frosty. You're more than welcome. So this song is now Frosty's song. We know it as a Frosty song. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. I don't know what happened there. I must have pressed something. I do not know. I do not know. There you go, Frosty. Frosty, the snowman. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, my darling. And thank you again for being so supportive and generous, Donna. I appreciate you, my darling. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you. Fifth Dimension says end Thursday, verdict Friday. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Mimi, hello, my darling. Heather Potty Mouse still in the house. Sea Dog, I think we're getting verdict by Friday. Maybe. Fancy, thank you, my darling. Gary thinks the same. I think it's going to be, Friday. Thank you, Jeannie. Genie in the bottle, hold it the right way. I don't know what's going on with chords. Sarah, thank you, Sarah, and for your kind comments as always. Thank you, my darling. We'll be singing that all evening. Peter Murphy. Peter, great to show us back. I still see the feds fueling the transport vans for the roundup. Let's go, Peter. Hey, Peter, we need to get you, after this is done, I'm going to get you and Sean back on the show to meet you properly. I want to meet the legend of Peter. So, thank you, Greg. We're in the home stretch. We are, people. And again, apologies to all of you that have emailed, messaged. Oh, I'm inundated. People. I see the love. I appreciate the love. I really do. I can't get back to you all right now. I will I promise you I will at some point. I really am trying. I really am trying. Sheila, take care, Sheila. Hey, Dana Leonard. Two celebrities, Dana and Peter, in the same chat. Let's fucking go, people. Thank you, Dana. It's great. It's just great. It's great to have him. Thank you to Di as well for being here. I enjoy a few beers, Di. I'm not sure what's taking Karen so long, but enjoy a few beers tonight, my friend. Thank you for a faraway friend. Thank you. Thank you, my darling. I will look at your message on the weekend, or maybe Monday. I might just switch off this weekend, people. I might just switch off. I'm prepped for Monday. Thank you, Sea-Dog. Hey, this is great, right? Because Sea-Dog and Dana next to each other. What will you do with a drunken sailor? What will you do with a drunken sailor? What will we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Sea-Dog, Dana, Sea-Dog, Dana, Sea-Dog and Dana. Both were sailors. Well, Sea-Dog's still a sailor. Dana used to be one. Thank you, Bella. Thank you, my darling. Then I'll do something good for yourself. Screw reply. Oh, I will. I'll do it all. I'm back walking. I'm back walking, people. I'm walking like 4 or 5 miles a day. So I'm back walking. So I might do a long walk this weekend, I think. That's the plan. I'm at Mimi's at the park with Mother. Hello, Mother Mimi. Hello, Miller Finch. If it's Finch, I'm not sure. Wait for us is here, Lona. You're right. Peter Murphy's next level, top notch. You might be a peg underneath. You might be a peg underneath, Dana, but not far underneath. But Peter is the main man. My pleasure. Hope that people like my die. Everyone loves your entertainment, whether it's in chat or on screen. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you, Kate, the Queen, the Disney Queen. We love you, Disney Queen. Thank you, my darling. I will. Genie, it's like a genie in a bottle. I said it the right way. I don't know the words, I'm butchering it, but no worries, Genie. You're more than welcome. Have a great weekend, Kiki. Raul increases the verdict. Yes, he will always increase. The day of the verdict is going to be huge. Thank you, Michigan. Oh, what's this? What's the saying? Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Is that what they say, Jimabo? Is to say? Thank you, Donna. I will. I generally will try to. I will. Thank you, everybody. Pirate Vicky. Roar, pirates. Thank you, Little G. Again, thank you for the gifted membership, my darling. Have a good weekend, El Chatty, Mods, Dylan, and Sean. Thank you for a great day as usual. Thank you for your contribution, as always, Little G. We appreciate you, my darling. Toba Girl, good night, my darling. Enjoy your weekend. I will sing that song with you all day long. We're back at the way at dawn, local time. There you go, Sea-Dog. Oh, no, it's not. It's the mystery. See if he's got something to say. There you go. Dan sent me a video. Hang on. Dennis has sent me a video. Hang on, Dan. Big but talk about legends. Talk about legends. Hey, Dana, you're going down another pit now. Another legend just entered. Dennis friggin' Sweeney has just entered the building. And if Dennis tells me to do something, I have to do it. There's no two ways about it. Right, hang on. Oh, hang on. Let me play this one first, Dan. I'll play it afterwards. Sugar and spice and all things nice. Where's the fucking video? There it is.
Right, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Hang on, let me take it back a bit. Here we go. Thanks, Mike.
Good day, huh?
Good day.
Can we carry that for you?
Can you?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm sorry? Yep, today was a good day. What was good about it? Medical examiner said that John's injuries were not classic pedestrian injuries, which we all knew, but it was good to hear an expert say it. They're experts.
Yeah.
What about your expert?
They're expert.
Karen?
I apologize.
What about your expert?
The way Adam Molly treated you. But I think you
No,
answered pretty well.
it was fine. It was fine. He has a job to do, and hopefully he appreciated.
Oh. See, Vicky.
Karen, how do you feel about your place starting? Week one.
See you, everyone.
So, there's a lot of opinions about this case. So, people are debating online what you said in the last voicemail. Can you clarify that for us if you're able to? No.
They should listen to it. Karen,
What did
how did that
Karen
go?
say in it?
Good. Good. How are you feeling right now, Lisa Ford?
Strong. Will it be clarified before the end of the trial? I think it's spending the weekend.
Always. Weekends off.
Hi, there.
Karen, I'm so proud of you, Karen. Okay.
No, I know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I'll go and look now. Hang on. So there's two things. I'll go and look for that video. Hang on. Tom's video is just too bad. I can't. So this is from Dennis Sweeney. Hang on. And then I'll go and look at Turtle Boy as well.
Thank you.
Ah, that's amazing. Lucky Loughran. That's amazing. Let's watch it again.
Thank you.
I love that. I love that. Thank you, Dennis, for sharing that. That's amazing. I love to see him having all that love as well. I'll just see if there's anything. Is there? I think Aiden doesn't do it live. I think he does it just for his recap. Yeah, there's no video on Twitter, so unless there's something here. Hang on. Let me just look very quickly, see if he's got anything on Facebook. Oh, hang on. Everybody around here. Da, 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 da. Turtle Boy, no. Nope, nothing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's fine. Right, everyone. I'm going to love you. I'm going to leave you. I'm going to do whatever it takes you. So have a great weekend, everyone. Possibly live on Facebook. There we go. It's not on Facebook, it's all good. Right, I'm going to play the outro and the music as well. The outro, shout out to Mexi Texi for the outro. Hang on. I'm not sure this will play now. Oh, yeah, mother. Right, hang on. I need to kick that out. Remove. No star, everyone. Good weekend, everyone. Yeah, hang on. I need to put a video file in now. Where's it gone? Right, before I play that, I'm going to play my Karen Reid outro, and then, yeah. Thank you, darling. Thank you, my darling. Hey, everyone, have a great weekend. Mama Ames, everybody, Keith, Vicky, everyone. Thank you for all the love. Thank you, Mia. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, everyone. I'm off. See you later. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Now I can't fucking find the outro. Oh, you piece of crap, you. Where the fuck is it? Here it is. Love you all. Ta-ra.
way. The tail light is well intact. And all of that is not going to hold
Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.